So we got the .9 teaser, and we have this other trailer that had the mech show up.
Gather up.
Got hot dogs, RPGs,
Yes?
looks like different kinds of camo, maybe.
Right. Our primary objective, do your jobs, and we...
Lasers and flashlights. Open manholes. I wonder if that's like a kind of booby trap, but partially probably not.
It's just that.
This would be a cool mini game thing if they had, like, it'd be like the what you call it? Like the kill box, but with a abandoned bunker. Like when you start hacking it, it starts activating a kill box sort of thing with mechs and stuff. But I doubt that's what's gonna happen. But it'd be cool if they did. So I'm seeing new male character models, potentially a new hat. Like there's some new clothing stuff here. These are more tactical pants and stuff that you see from like what was that game? I don't even remember, but there's like a game that has tactical pants like that. You got, it looks like new camo potentially. We also got new face paint stuff here, it looks like. I'm assuming that's face paint and not like tattoos. So there's a bunch of interesting stuff there. We got the different faces, different races. I don't know who this is in the background here. We got the cigar smoking. I don't see if there's a new. I mean, we have the LMG, which is a new weapon, but I don't really tell what's in the other guy's hands. This guy looks like he's using brawling, maybe? Like, you see that? Like, there's a number of cords on the ground, which is kind of weird, but I'm seeing the cowboy hat, the clothing. Oh, this is stuff like Tarkov. Tarkov has tactical pants like this. Um, this guy has a backpack on. I can't tell if there's any new backpacks, but this looks like new camo. Definitely face paint. But this dude right here doesn't have any weapons. He's using brawling, and he's Asian. So I guess he knows Kung Fu. But you see his stance. It's like his arms are out to the side and not like boxing. It almost seems like maybe they're redoing the boxing mechanic. I don't know. But he has melee for or brawling for some reason. Like why else wouldn't he have a gun, you know? Maybe he's the bait. So there's a SWAT armored vest here. I'm guessing that guy's wearing that now. Actually looks pretty clean. I like it. Looks like this almost looks like a AK-74U or whatever. I don't know if those are in the game or not, but like in Tarkov they have like AKs and then they have like little SMG versions and stuff, and then they have the better or no, this is like Warzone that the AK with the double burst mode that you can use with the sideways sticking magazine. Kind of what is that? That's what it looks like to me. So I feel like there's probably additional added weapons. This right here looks like an odd barrel to something. Trying to get Let's try and get a close up to that. See that? I'm not sure what that is. It doesn't look like it has a magazine in it, but it's like almost reminds me of a Scar, but I don't think it is. It's missing the magazine though. That's some sort of rifle though. Or that or like a CBR or whatever from Warzone. See a clipping issue on the neck there. A backward facing hat. That's an interesting choice there. If you get to choose what direction your hat faces, it's a small detail, but it's something that would be appreciated, I'm sure. If you can just turn your hat backwards to get that extra cool feature. We have looks like just a SMG or maybe a. I mean, it looks like an MP5, but it almost looked like the silenced version, but I don't think it is because we have the regular silencer there. Yeah, this backward-facing hat, I think that's going to be kind of an important detail that we're probably missing. This bald spot here is probably interesting. I don't know if the buildings or the rooms have anything that would potentially be noticeable for us. But the fact that they have these things in containers like this almost make me think like they're an alarm system. Like maybe if you mess up in the bunker, they get released, or there's like a time limit before they get released, maybe. I mean, otherwise they're going to be kind of like a feature in the bunker that you're going to see when you go in, but there's also going to be other ones running around. But I feel like it would be more flavorful if they were just in the bunker. Like you go, you get the loot, and then like these things get triggered, and you have to fight your way back out. That'd be interesting. But we see a couple things. They don't seem to have weapons on them inside these dills, so they might be getting weapons somewhere. But also like a plain green pant with a belt. I wonder what kind of loot these things are going to drop. Surely it'd be like respirators or batteries or something. You know, you need something. Okay, let's get in here. Nothing that I'm noticing really. I don't know what this is. It almost looks like a knocked over container. This almost looks like power plant, but I don't think it is. Like a knocked over thing in that room on the side. I mean, it has broken windows, if that's something. Because, yeah, so that's something breaking out the window right there. Because the regular bunkers right now, all the windows are good and they're solid. But if these windows are broken, maybe these creatures can climb through the windows and stuff. And maybe that's why they needed to work on AI mechanics. Maybe these things can actually go through windows and doors and things now. Because we've seen videos also where this creature thing that's in here opens up one of the metal ceiling doors. So I think that's probably pretty good. But they have this mechanic right here where you have to fight the thing on top of you. And I feel like brawling is probably going to be able to help with this. Like, it should be a thing. And if that's true, I think brawling's going to be much more important than it is now. And people will probably come over to my side for brawling. Got a little Darth Vader stuff kind of going on here. It's like Darth Vader and Bane mixed with Alien. No crispiness. Okay, I'll start at the 11-second mark when let's just finish the video, and then I'll come back at the 11-second mark and slow it down. Okay. I mean, I don't know if this says anything about their AI or not, but both of these creatures here are running in packs. So we got two of them coming through a doorway, kind of a long hallway. Okay. They both look fairly similar. See, but neither of these have weapons. It's just their hands. And this one drops from the ceiling, which makes me think that maybe they can drop out of like vents like Among Us or something, or maybe it just spawns randomly inside the building. But we also don't know if these things like come out in groups or not. So that's something kind of interesting to note. We're gonna have to deal with this extra clothing going on. Okay, we still got these BCU looks. Yeah, so this right here, he's opening the door. And this is why I wonder if the AI stuff that they're talking about implementing when this patch comes through, we've seen broken windows, which we don't have in normal bunkers. And we see this right here, where he's physically opening a sealed door, which makes me think that these things inside these abandoned bunkers are going to be able to, like, get through barriers. And that's going to be a big deal with bunkers because you're not going to be able to cheese it. I mean, I don't think if they do all this, I don't think they're going to put as many of them in the bunker. So like in this one, we see like 3 of them. All right? Like 3 or 4 maybe. But if they're as strong as they seem, because like in these videos, like they shoot these things a few times and they don't go down. And then they're able to open doors, potentially be able to go through windows or something, and be able to do the jump on you mechanic to like hold you down. It's just like the smoker in Left 4 Dead almost, but it's just a little bit more deadly, it seems. It'd be very difficult to quantify how hard it would be to go in this bunker. Like if you can sneak around them, maybe that would be better. But if they're as strong as they seem, like are guns necessarily the best thing to use, And then if they have this kind of leap mechanic to jump on you, like can you dodge it? Or are you going to be stuck in it either way? But we also see the part of the video at the first where the dude he's a stance, he's using brawling. So I'm wondering if maybe they have like a hand-to-hand combat thing coming in at some point. Like probably they'll keep brawling the same, but potentially, if you have like a little dodge or something in there. A little steampunk looking vibe going on there. This looks like almost the same hallway, almost. So that's a little bit strange compared to some things. Can't believe I haven't used the LMG, man. And this thing right here is just in the vat. Nobody's saying anything about it. I wonder if you can kill them in the vat before they pop out. I bet you can't. So here on the background, there's a little bit of creature document looking stuff. It's like a new shapeshifter or something. Maybe it's just a human skeleton. But these are different shapes than we've seen, I think. So kind of hard to say. See if they give a different close-up here in a second. Now, this is something that I find interesting because this you see an actual control room. So this tells me that this is like the actual corporation like actually doing the game. You can see all these cameras here, which makes me wonder like are the NPC like is this just like an NPC room that you're not really going to see unless you do the story? Or is this something that like players might be able to actively get to and then trigger these things themselves? Like maybe you can get to this control room and you can control the bunker when someone's coming through it. But otherwise, I mean, this seems like the first time, or maybe like one of the times that we've actually seen the people inside of like the lab area. We see like this laboratory glove, a different kind of coat, potentially new clothing item here, and then just a normal sort of hand with like this sleek black. But see, they put the focus on deploying Mr. Bruner or whatever this guy is, Code Red, and he looks like he has like probably a little bit of armor, head armor, and then he like a flamethrower maybe on his arm, which is interesting. But right here is what I'm interested in because it says human assets control, right? And it has status, and then right here it has like terminate, and then there's something else on the other side, which says like they can blow up your BCU or something, or probably take control of you whenever they want. See right there at the end, you have terminate, and then you have somebody. This hands on the other one. It looks like status, terminate, and maybe lock or locate. It looks like LOC potentially. I want to say I don't know. I'll probably say locate because this C is like in the middle right here. So like the C would be like where this A is. So if it's lock, then you'd have one letter left over and it would be off center. So it's probably locate if I was to guess. Spaced out a little farther. But if they make this area accessible to players at any point, that'd be a lot of power for somebody to have. This would be like the server administrator area. Like, let's say you make your own personal server and you're the admin of the server or whatever. This would be the area that you would control and then like be able to decide things in the server. I think, which would be really cool. Because basically you would become the corporation. Also, right here it says option 1 and option 2 on the selection piece, which makes me wonder. They also have status and something else for the Mr. Bruner here. But they also have a big finger in the I think this says locate. So this right here probably says locate over here. So LOCATE. Yeah, I mean it has the same letters. That would be like the same exact amount of letters that would be in status. So this right here is probably locate because that would be a very balanced word that would make it look really good. Then they have assets, organic, and exper. Exper. I'm gonna assume Exper means experiment, potentially. If I was going to guess off the top of my head, I would say experiment, so they could choose to experiment on it, locate it, give it assets or number of assets maybe. I don't know about organic. Maybe that's like the vital status of it, is the organic side. Other than that, I'm not seeing a whole lot. We got a couple of pictures here that we could look at potentially. So my assumption would be that these are pictures inside of the bunker itself, the abandoned bunker. So we see basically an area maybe with lockers here. It looks like a storage depot with barrels, something in here. I don't know what's going on. And then they have a hallway. Not a whole lot of information that we can gather there. But we also see that they have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 with dials. But they're all set to the same settings. I don't even know what that says. One says cable. Open cars or garage. No, open cargo maybe. Yeah, that might be open cargo. Maybe not. I don't know. That seems a little. I need better glasses. So you have what? Cable, alarm, preview. I don't know what that says. We have master black, and you have. I don't even know what that top one says. I don't know. This one says. I think the second one says like master black or something. Black, black, glack, slack, master slack. I don't know. These options probably don't mean anything, but I would take note that it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we have potentially 5 bottom cameras here. So these might be for each of these cameras. If there is more cameras here, though, probably not. But you see that each of them are lined up specifically underneath the camera. So I'm going to assume that this is like a control panel in the center of the bunker or something, or somewhere off in the distance, and these numbers correspond to each camera. And so there's going to be 5 cameras showing each zone, and then you can probably have somebody watch this, I would assume. If it does things real time, that'd be really interesting to have access to. Okay, next piece. So this is the Mr. Bruner. So we're seeing some little shin guards. We're not really seeing much on the leg or the belly. He's a shackle, so he's probably locked up a little bit. This looks like a flamethrower potentially on his arm, or maybe like, no, I would say flamethrower because he has this little gas thing coming out in the front. So my assumption is this is going to supply the flame. He's going to shoot gas. But I guess the gas is sealed in his body because I don't see a gas pack external or something. So maybe he produces the gas in his stomach or something. But it seems like his upper body and his head are going to be fairly armored. It looks like his arm's going to be fairly armored. If I don't know how they're going to do the damage stuff on this, but I would assume hitting it in the stomach or in the legs would be better than hitting it in the metal. But if you have armor-piercing rounds, I mean, maybe it would be better to hit it in the head. I don't really know. Be interesting to see, though. Okay. Let's see if there's anything else here real quick. So we got another picture. It's going up a little bit. So this is his face. Now, if this is his helmet on the Mr. Bruner thing, they have all this body armor everywhere. It's almost like the Uruk-hai from Lord of the Rings, but like different. But you see a little face hole here, and then you have open spaces here. So it seems like you'd either spray and pray his lower body, or you would like try to aim into his face hole, maybe. I doubt you're going to be able to. You might be able to clip his skull, but it seems like these would be fairly hard shots to hit. But it doesn't look like any of these monsters that they're coming out with are going to actually be very easy to take down. I mean, from the videos that we've seen, the one that jumps on you, they shot it like 4 or 5 times. You seeing one with his mouth covered? Is it like an old one or is it a new one? Speaking of which, this one, it doesn't have eyes. Or if it does, they're underneath these little tiny holes. Actually, actually, where was that thing opening the door at? It had to have been like right here somewhere. Hold on 1 second. A new video? Is it on Twitter or something? Hold on 1 second. I gotta find the part where this thing's opening the door. Right there. Gameplay video. But is it on Twitter? Can I look it up on... Is it on Twitter or like can I look it up on YouTube or something? Here's my thing, okay? So the Mr. Bruner at the very end right there has his eyes covered, which makes me think he's not going to be seeing. But this one right here, it looks like he's visually looking at you. He's jumping on people, but his pupils are white, which reminds me of like people that are blind. So my question's going to be like, does this thing actually see them and it's chasing them, or is he hearing them and chasing them? Because these abandoned bunkers might be something that like stealth players can do. Like you go in and you be quiet as possible and you can walk past these things, but if another player comes in, then they just like attack them, which would be very interesting a development if that's true. Because I mean, if they're going to try and let people separate into different sections of the game, like starting stat wise, stealth would make it very like if you make stealth a vital part of the game, it'd make it very difficult to choose stats early. You'd have to go like half stealth, half um, probably half stealth, half thievery. Hmm. We have this stream coming tomorrow. I need to look what time this is actually. 17 East Central, or I don't know what that is. 11 East, or South, East, West. 11 East is going to be like, what, like 9? Noon East? So for Central, that's like 9 or 10, right? Scum Game Twitter. I don't even know where to watch this exactly. I guess it would pop up on YouTube, but they have Facebook. I guess I don't even have them on Instagram or anything, so maybe I should have followed them on Instagram. They got Discord. I don't even know how to do it. So 10 Central Standard. I mean, it looks like it's gonna be this if they have pictures of him 2 years ago with his face covering. He has a riot shield. I hope they add this to the game. I hope they have that riot shield in the game. I know this is an old one. This is from 2001, but if this shield is in the game, this is big. If we can loot this shield, that's big. Because I love playing my melee knight characters, and if I can use a shield, oh yeah, it's going down. That's all I need. Shield. Give me the shield. Give me the shield, my guys. It would make sense. That would make them a lot more difficult to deal with, too, if you're a solo. You'd have to get around the shield and the flamethrower, so you need someone to distract them and then someone to get behind them and shoot them in the ass. Alright, Tommyslav Twitter, you say. Now, they better add that shield. I'm going to be talking about it. I don't care if it's coming or not. We need that shield. See, like, I don't understand, because these things are from 2001, and that's, like, the recent thing that's on there, which is, like... And this is from 2000. But then, these are from 3 hours ago. Tattoos are still not available for both genders. Current skin shaders has become very complex. Adding tattoos, completely thought, sorry. Alright, that's fine. Let's go back to the first. Okay, so that looks terrible. His head's big. They should let his head like become more skeleton-like when he's, skinny. We still got the 1551 stats. We still got penis. All right. We need that shield though. 100%. That shield's gonna change the game for us. That shield's gonna turn in the favor of the melee. I'm already seeing it coming. No more shall I run at somebody with an AR with my sword and get shot down. You can do age now. Interesting. Eye color, hair color. That looks like almost like Aragorn's hair from Lord of the Rings. Mustache. Beard slider. I mean, it's not bad, but I don't think the male characters look as good as the female characters. I mean, they look good, but I don't necessarily, it doesn't bother me too much. I like the extra options. Damn, he's thick. 5 strength, 111. Sumo. Alright, so this is new mail models, so I guess they arrived probably today. Okay, that's the new gun. Oh, they do have spray paint in the game now. Yeah, we talked about that the other day because we looked at two different ones. One said that it was reworking the intelligence attribute, and the other one said intelligence rework, I think, or something, adjustment. I don't know, something weird about it. I figure it would either be, I don't know, because they also have a thing on there that says like XP level adjustment, and if they change the XP rates of skills, I'm going to be a little bit upset, but I can still test everything again. If they're changing intelligence so that they're scaling in the game now, like you can actually level it, that'd be better. Yeah, but what does overhaul mean? Like the intelligence skill, the only thing it does is give you access to the squads. So I mean, they could change that. Like maybe the intelligence affects your overall XP rate gain. I don't know, but seems odd. I mean, I mean they have. I'm assuming if they're having these abandoned bunkers come in, they're gonna have hacking come in, or they're gonna just have the minigame there. But you're gonna have to do something for the hacking because they're trying to put that with the bunkers, I'm sure. So, I mean, if they're reworking, they could be reworking the skills a bit, but I don't even remember what all skills are intelligence right now. That's I forget what that is. Well, my assumption is that when they talk about finding books to level up your intelligence, my assumption is that it's not going to be like a passively I'm going to sit down and read a book. I think it's going to be like these cookbooks that they have. Because now that you can go and you can loot cookbooks, you can look at those to make recipes, which would give you XP in your cooking skill. I'm sure that that would give you intelligence. So as you use them, you'd probably get intelligence. And if they do that for each of the individual skills, then that would make more sense to me. And then they could put different libraries in different areas across the map. So they would have like you go to the hospitals and stuff like medical, um, you know, maybe books with like farming or whatever, animals. Then you have the cooking books. You'd probably have programming books and stuff in like different areas. I don't know what that is. I know what State of Decay is, sort of, but I've never played it. Is it a passive or an active leveling thing? I don't know if that's the same thing, but they have the Car 98. Yeah, but what's the leveling method for those? Is it like is it something that you actively do, or is it was it like Fallout where you just collect the book and it instantly makes your stat go up, or you actually have to sit and read it? That's the thing that I'm a little iffy on is because like the streamer players that are saying that they want to have things in the game that you can passively level like strength and stuff with, I kind of get it, but on the other hand, it's like that's boring. Like if you sit down and if you have to sit down somewhere in a location in the open world and read a book, odds are you're either going to have someone else there that's reading a book with you and it's going to be super weird, or someone's just going to come up and shoot you. Like if I know that people have to go level up intelligence at the very beginning of the game and they're going to be setting in these book reading areas, then I'll just sit there and wait for them, you know? I think an interactive system would be better. Like I think the cookbooks and stuff are fine. I mean, I would make the argument that if anything was going to get passively upgraded, strength would be the thing that would be the simplest and easiest to do. Because like right now you have to push like to level your strength, you have to like either cheese a tree, you have to like macro a tree chopping, or you have to like put a bunch of stuff in a barrel, a bunch of stuff on your back, put another player in the barrel, and like push it around up hills in the snow. It's very difficult to keep, like, it takes a lot to like actually keep strength going. But you don't need like public gyms or anything for people to go to for that. There's like one gym that I know of in the whole map. All you'd have to do is have like basic equipment or whatever at being able to build it. But I think active leveling would be better for the XP stuff. Like you get the book, it teaches you when you look in the book, like after you read it or whatever, when you use those skills, you get extra XP, and then when you use those, you get extra intelligence. But all right, so this is a video. I'm guessing this is the abandoned bunker. So we see things on the side. I'm gonna do fast, then we're gonna go slow.
Ujebote.
Opet sam spalio, jebate skuren sam cijeli. Ček da
Kak
imamo.
izgledaš?
Jebote, Brni, C1, C1, C1. Bega jebote.
Dobro, ajmo van. Fuck, jebote. Razor?
That fire has a long radius.
Zaštekala mi je puška.
Evo, otvari brzo to.
Kar nisi,
Ma ne, manualno.
ne mogu, struje je upaljena, ne može manualno.
Je struja upaljena?
Trebalo bi hekirat, a
Key card.
A ne.
you're fuck. Daj otvari ovaj depozit, idemo staviti unutra.
Moramo čekati da fuse izgori, a?
Da. Sakrite se možda, dajmo.
All right, so I don't know if that's a kill box or not right there, but that door needed a key card, which makes me think that maybe they have different access levels in bunkers now. And then you have to enter a code to get into that room. So that's interesting. But this dude's flame is reaching pretty darn far and has a wide spread. He doesn't seem to be able to get put down very easily. But basically, if these things jump on top of you and this thing's around, you're going to get burnt to death. You're probably not going to survive.
Ujebote.
Wait a second. Oh, he was already at 85%, so.
Ujebote.
Opet sam spalio, jebate skuren sam cijeli. Ček da
Kak
imamo.
izgledaš?
Jebote, Burning Injury, sve C1, C1, C1. Bega jebote!
Dobro, ajmo van. Fuck, jebote. Razar? Ne.
Zaštekala mi je puška.
Evo, otvari brzo to. Brzo otvari.
Card missing!
Ma ne, manualno.
Ne mogu, struje je upaljena, ne može manualno.
I don't know if it opens the doors or
I
not.
struja upaljena.
I mean,
So
yeah,
we
that's
can
gonna be
kill,
Mr. Brenner, but like this stuff right here, you see, key card is missing. So I don't know if this is a kill box or if this is actually just a door.
I struja upaljena.
And then this right here doesn't even look like it's marked. It's just like a storage room.
Trebalo bi hekirat, a...
A ne.
You're fuck. Daj otvari ovaj depozit, idemo sak unutra.
Like to have to do that to get into a storage room is gonna be weird.
Moramo čekati da...
If they do this, they're gonna upgrade the loot probably, I would bet. And that's gonna throw off my numbers for my server stuff.
Fuse izgori, a?
Da. Sakrijte se moći.
What does it say? So I'm guessing that's one of those jumping things setting in the corner right there. But you see, it's not aggroed right now. So I don't know if it can actually see. It might be blind. Well, I mean, this is the abandoned bunkers. They're still going to have the other ones, but they said they're going to put NPCs there, I think, now. Like, I think maybe the actual gun-carrying soldiers there. But no matter what they do to the bunkers, it doesn't change my game plan very much at all, because I don't really rely on bunkers to play. But there's going to be a really tough argument between, like, stealth and everything else now. Yeah, we've seen it jump on people. I'm just saying that I don't know if it visually sees you, because like a puppet, for instance, even if you had medium stealth or whatever right now, being this close, it would hear you and attack you. Whereas this thing isn't really doing anything at all. So I don't know if it... Maybe he has max stealth, but... You'd either have to go 5 dexterity at the very start of the game, and then go like advanced stealth and medium thievery, which would already be kind of hard. What would I do? I mean, the build that we got set up right now is pretty much perfect for anything that we'd want to do in the future as soon as they put intelligence leveling in. So I can get like 0.4 to 0.5 points into another stat. So if I wanted to, I could get... what would that be? We're at like 1.4 dex right now. We could get close to 2 dex. But that wouldn't really help us out too much. You'd want to like probably take thievery and then just go ahead and take the 7 hours to level up your stealth. Just crouch walk for 7 hours and get it to medium. That'd probably be the best option that you would have to get it before you go to the bunkers. Unless they change the leveling. Like if they change the XP for the stuff. You also have these metal grates on the windows in this bunker instead of the normal stuff. So you can probably shoot through that. You also got these sparks and fire coming down from here, so I don't know what's going on there. So this is the fin or whatever. McDonald. I don't think it matters if it's solo or not, to be honest. Like if you have a team with you, like people that play like unless you're in a competition, I just don't think it matters that much. Like if you have like a team of 5 and your leader wants to level engineering, for instance, you could level it so quick. Like, because you'd have 4 people cutting resources for you and bringing them to you and helping you level. Like, that's literally, it would be so easy. So, like, there's not a whole lot that you couldn't level. Like, awareness with a team, you could level really easily. Engineering, you could level easily. Survival would be not so easy. I mean, you could level it while you're cutting stuff, but you're not going to be leveling it that easily. Because like there's XP multipliers when you get to higher levels, some skills you can actually just level faster with a team than anything else. So right now I'm just not seeing the need to do anything else until they have like really serious like hacking or something in the game. Like you could argue that lockpicking would be like probably a stat that a group of players would want. But even then, you can just get an alternate account or something and have lockpicking on it and bring it to lockpick stuff. But medium is good enough to lockpick most things in general. But like the way the game is now with the BCU lock and stuff, I would just blow people's bases up until I can find the BCU lock and then blow the BCU lock up or unlock it by killing somebody. I don't really care about stealing people's loot so much. Like as long as you control the PvE aspect of everything, the loot isn't really that big of a deal. That's the other thing. This thing makes like a little baby noise. It's super weird. But look at this. He has, what is this, MP5? That was probably like 20 or 30 rounds and it didn't go down. But he wasn't hitting it in the head either. I don't really know. But like just actually looking at this. Got some bunkers. It's a lot darker in the abandoned one. So like torches and flashlights are going to be a lot more important in these. Stealth seems like it's going to be a lot more important in these. It's also going to be a lot harder. Like if you're a player going through these bunkers, this is where players with like high camo and high stealth are going to be able to kill you really easily. I think they're just going to be like if you don't have a flashlight or something and you come running through here, you have a player just chilling. Or like with night vision goggles, there could be someone with night vision goggles just sitting down here. That's weird. That's very weird. You know what that tells me though is that its weak spot is probably the baby. If I was going to guess. My assumption would be this is like a Panzer tank where it's armored in the front and then its backside is vulnerable and you shoot it in the baby. Why else would it be there? You know, like if we're thinking logically, like why would you put a second body on there? It's probably like a little baby brain that controls everything and then the rest of it's just dead, you know? So you probably want to bait them into jumping on you. So this is the BCU surgical implant removal blueprint. So we have a scalpel on there. We got the vice grip thing looking things. Let's see, Tech 1. So you need scalpel, scissors, or maybe that, I don't know what all these mean. There's syringe, Looks like something with an eye. Looks like a bone. Blood or something in a vein. Knockout gas or whatever. IV. Yeah, that's weird because this right here looks like they're putting some over an eye, and this right here has a diagram to the eyeball. Because this is like a... Alright, so this is a head locking device. It locks your head in place. These are the components, I guess, for the BCU. It looks like they're cutting, like, it's weird because there's a line right here. It looks like they're cutting on the back of the neck, but this also goes to the eye, which looks like you cut behind the eye, which I don't know, but... I mean, I would think it would depend. Like, if they're going to put the storyline in the game, I would assume that you would take the BCU out at some point. But there would also be a benefit gameplay-wise to taking your BCU out, because if you have a BCU lock on your base, you could take your BCU out and stick it in a box or something, maybe, and then just use it to open the door when you needed to, and then stick it somewhere. And that way, if someone kills you, they wouldn't get your BCU. But if they did that, I'm assuming it would just be somewhere random. But we saw in the video before, there was an actual picture of a lab or whatever. Like, it looked like some people were either... I mean, as far as I know, you don't have to capture them. You just have to kill them. If they kill you, then you take their BCU out of your head, and then they can open your BCU lock. That's why I'm saying if you have an alternate account, like which I'm assuming would be what people are going to do at some point in here, you get an alt account, you build a base with a BCU lock, and then you log everything off on that character, and behind the BCU lock, nobody's going to be able to touch it for the most part. Yeah. I'm wondering, like, PvP wise, if you're going to be able to rip apart somebody's car if they leave it. Like, maybe you can't steal the car, but you can steal all the parts off of it. There's a different kind of lever or something on the side of that door. This looks like a power box. This also looks like the hacking thing. So this is either a power supply box or this is a hacking thing for the bunkers. So he had to use a key card to get through there. So they're doing something with the power supply right there. Yeah, but that's why there's probably that diagram, though. If you want to remove it, there's probably a special way to remove it, and you probably would have to beat the end of the game to do it. If they were going to let you do it, you'd probably have to get to the end of the game. But this is all debating if they actually put the full storyline in the multiplayer thing. Like, if you're able to get to that lab where they're controlling everything, I could see that being pretty big. But then, my thing is that if they do that, I think what would happen is people that make custom servers, the admin would live in the little laboratory and he wouldn't let anyone in there. That way he can control everything. But progress on abandoned bunkers. Looks like a fairly standard bunker. I mean, it's a bunker with overgrown trees and stuff. But this is why I'm saying, like, these bunkers in particular camouflage and stealth players are going to have a field day in, because look at all the vegetation in here compared to other bunkers. Like, there might be like 2 or 3 bushes or whatever in another like normal bunkers, but here you have all this tree, all this grass. If you have max camouflage, you can later set here. So like all these streamer players that are saying like advanced medical, like early game is the best thing that you can have, I feel like camouflage is going to beat that. Like in an open fight where you're running around, I think that medical's going to win, probably hands down. But when it comes to ambushes and setting traps and Overwatch and all of that, like everything that comes to tactical gameplay, camouflage would just be a better skill overall. Like right here, you set in this bush, you're camouflaged. They have like a full team of 4 start walking towards you, and you just mow them down with a full like AR. Even if they all have advanced medical, like they're gonna be severely messed up by one person right here. And the other thing too is like, what is it? So like advanced, if like the only thing that's hard about medical so far is just collecting the bottles that you need to get it. But after you get the bottles, it's fairly easily. So, but when you look at like camouflage, for instance, let's do a rate of 5. To get the medium camouflage is going to be 6 hours. I believe that medical was somewhere around the same ballpark. So you're looking at around an hour, a little bit under an hour. I'm just going to say an hour, and then you have 100,000 at 20. Yeah, so you're looking at 5 hours or something for like medium medical, and medium medical is probably the base standard. But then from there, you're looking at 20 hours from 0 to advanced medical, and you're looking at like 60 hours for medium to advanced camo. But the difference is like you can passively level up camouflage just laying on the ground, but you can't make any in-game progress. Where like medical, you're going to be passively laying on the ground, or you're going to be passively sitting around while you're putting the stuff on you. So it's just, I don't know. Like I would probably, you'd go like, if I was really going to min-max the stuff, I would go advanced camouflage, medium medical, 5 intelligence, nothing in dexterity, and then I'd put all those points into thievery probably, or stealth, either one. I mean, 7 hours of stealth walking it to medium stealth would be annoying, but I think camouflage you could get away with that. Medium thievery would be okay. I mean, as far as I've seen, antiseptic rags didn't give XP when I last looked, but they might. I don't know. If they make it to where craftable things work, then that's good. But if they don't, what I did in the past was basically you get medical bottles, and in the past you couldn't use alcohol for it, like drinking alcohol, like whiskey. But now I think they made it to where you can. So you take alcohol bottles and you store them, and then you go and you cut yourself or hurt yourself, and then you just pour the disinfectant on the wound over and over again, and you get XP every time that you do it. And then when your health goes low, you bandage it and let the health regen, and then you take the bandage back off after your health is regened, and then put more antiseptic on it, and you just keep doing that. So all the top streamers and all the players that you see on Reddit and stuff that say that medical is really hard to level, it's not hard, it's just it takes preparation to get the supplies. But basically, like from 0 to basic will take you 10 experience, or you'll get 10 experience per bottle use from 0 to basic. Then from basic to medium, you'll get 20 experience per bottle use. And then from medium to advanced, you'll get 40 XP per bottle use, and then advanced to advanced plus, you'll get 80 XP per bottle use. So every time medical doubles. So like in theory there, that's part of the reason why my build that I use right now, if I'm going to go min-max my character as much as possible, and I go below 3 intelligence when they do intelligence leveling, I'm going to have like 67% advanced medical skill. Because from 0 to medium in medical takes like, I don't know, like 6 or 7 hours, basically, if you have all the supplies for it. But at advanced, you can get, well, it double. It's at least double the XP, so you can at least double. So that 100,000 from basic to medium, you're getting 20 XP per. You're getting double that the next one, so you can go 2,000 below right there, and that's at 80% to advanced. So you're going to spend the exact same time leveling from that to advanced, and then the basic thing you're going to be leveling 4 times faster than basic, so you can get another 40,000 there. So if you just drop that below one more point, you go to 67%, you're going to need like 270,000 or whatever, which is just slightly more XP than you'd have to do from 0 to medium. You get the benefit of having medium medical early, and all that. The thing that I haven't tested though is that I don't know if you have high medical skill, but you're not at advanced yet, does it reduce the amount of medical supplies that you have to use? Because I don't think it does. And that in that case, it's kind of a waste of points. Because the thing is like if you're going to spend the time to level medical and you have everything set up for it, you might as well just go ahead and level it all the way out. If you go 500,000 points to advanced medical, so you go 50%, it's going to take you like 10 hours, you know? Whereas like the 67% is going to be like 7 hours, 8 hours. So you're shaving off like a couple of hours. But then like you go 0% to advanced medical, it's going to be 20 hours. But if you already have the supplies to do like 10 hours of just like leveling medical, you can do another 10 hours. Like you would literally, so in the past, yeah, I spent pretty much all my time grinding stats. The last time I played, I burnt myself out on it, but that was basically the fastest that I had found for medical, but no one else does it, and I've told them about it, and just no one's taken off with it yet. They just keep saying that it's hard to level. But you could basically you could fill the disinfectant bottles back up with seawater, is what was going on in the past, and you could just keep reusing the seawater and you get the same XP. I googled up some seawater stuff in the past, and I found that there's some cultures that used salt and seawater to disinfect wounds like a long time ago, but I don't know if it's a bug or a feature in the game. If they leave it in the game, then that's really easy. Like you get 100 alcohol bottles, you use it on yourself, and you go to the ocean, you fill them up. You just go do that every day, like once a day, and you would level it up fine. Like you'd be done and pretty soon. Like the worst thing that would happen, someone's come and steals all your alcohol bottles, which would suck. That's why people are confused when they raid my bases, because my bases are like, well, in the past, I haven't got to experiment with the new base building stuff, but in the past, they're just like very simple buildings with a lot of defense, and then you break in and there's nothing in there but like meat and like alcohol. Like a very, huh. This right here looks like they're taking the story backline from Fallout for the Chinese soldiers, sort of. So he has a pod. He's locked in this pod. I'm assuming there's booby traps or something in these bunkers. Like if you fail, these things get released. There has to be something like that going on here, because it's just, why would you go through the effort of putting it in a pod if it isn't locked up? We've seen the ones in the vats, and we've seen this in a pod now. So my assumption is you go into the bunker, you get caught or you mess up on your minigame, and then these things get released, and then you're stuck in the bunker with them, is what I'm feeling. Unless these are just like out in the world for some reason. I don't even know what this is. Shamabor. It has to be the new city or something. This is stuff I need to learn for Unreal Engine. Like, I downloaded on my computer. The Car 98 is going to be a mean gun. Boats. Hold on. I like this. Modular boats. I prefer this one though, like a little houseboat. That'd be good. These flood lamps though, I don't know exactly why you'd need them. Unless it gets super dark and foggy, I guess. Or I guess to signal other boats, you could do like SOS stuff or whatever, like code. Residential area and abandoned bunkers will be a place to search for fuses and access keycards and other things. Fuses will allow you to control electricity in different parts of bunkers. Help you to advance faster. Okay, so you're gonna have to find these to find keycards and fuses. So what sounds like happening, so what they're saying is with the bunker mini games, because they're saying these fuses help you progress faster, is the mini game is going to be unlocking these doors. I almost bet. These things are going to be like puzzle boxes that you got to solve. So you need to find the fuses, you need to find the cards. You're probably going to have to figure out the codes and everything else, and you're going to have all these things chasing you around. I don't know how this is going to work with other players, though. Go in here without anything spawning. Bedroom. This one's messier. Also, they have this open vent right here, which I don't. That bugs me a little bit. What is this? Open doors, but blast doors and abandoned bunkers could be out of order. No electricity, fuses blown, etc. If you see one of these, just give them a spin. Make sure not to make much noise. Okay. So this is telling me that there's different ways to do the bunkers. So you need electricity or fuses or something, or this is going to probably require strength. Yeah. So you're going to have the electricity fuse box section over here, or you're going to have the strength section over here. But strength, you're going to have to fight your way. Or I guess if you have like advanced stealth, maybe it would be less, if that makes sense. I think it would make more sense if you had advanced stealth and like high strength, that you could open those up with strength and not wake things up. But that's the other thing. They say, yeah, they say don't wake the things up, which means these things are asleep in this bunker. They're in those containment vats. So yeah, stealth is going to be the big one for the. You're either going to fight these things or you're going to be stealthy and go through there. Which means if players run into you in this bunker too, that's going to be a big one. If you're going stealthy through the whole bunker, and then another team comes up behind you and you end up fighting in there and these things spawn. That's interesting. The other thing though is that nah, I don't think it'll be too hard for a solo. I don't think it'll be too hard for a solo. I think you're gonna have to be quiet if you're a solo player. You're gonna need stealth. I think that's what's gonna happen because it's like we haven't seen them need to lockpick anything yet. We don't know if you're gonna have to lockpick those lockers and stuff, like if there's armories or anything in here. But those secured rooms were codes, like very simple codes. So I mean, ideally you probably want a team, but if you were gonna make a character specifically for this bunker, you would probably do. If you wanted to specifically do bunkers like these bunkers, you'd probably do 3 intelligence, and then do the hacking computer skill, and then you'd probably do 5 dexterity, advanced stealth, medium lockpicking, and then you'd probably put points in strength or something after that. And then your solo character would be able to come in here, hack the little terminal, open the door, sneak through with advanced stealth, pick all the stuff that they want, and then when another team comes in, they'll be able to be loud, activate all the NPCs, hide in a room or whatever, and sneak around maybe. Yeah, you see the VATS right here. So this is the Brunner containment thing, and these are the other ones. I'm wondering if there's a certain amount of them that are in here every time, because it looks like there's 3 in a Brunner. So there's 3 VATS in the Brunner. Wait, what is that? Can't tell if that's an engine or some sort of miniature mech looking thing. You see that thing right there though, it's walking around. That looks like that puppet thing, or the stalker thing. This is a Gatling gun right here, so this is like the things they use for the mechs, but this looks like a miniature mech. It doesn't look like the actual big mech. That's still if hacking is necessary either, so. Yeah, it just seems small. Solar panels power up the infestation protection systems and bunkers. Concept of solar panels that power up the infestation protection system. Keep doors shut for things not to come out, at least during the day. This is interesting. That's interesting. So the solar panels are keeping the Brunners and the little stalkers and stuff asleep potentially here. But you can use these. I mean, it's saying that you can grab these solar panels potentially to power them. I'm sure the generators and stuff will be fine, but on like low loot servers, I highly doubt you're going to be able to keep enough gas for it. Yeah, that's what the thing's saying, but it says if you take too many of them, it will deactivate the protections. But also, they're gonna deactivate during the night anyway, which tells me that all these creatures that are coming out, the stalkers and all that stuff, they're gonna be coming from these abandoned bunkers at night. So it's not gonna be the cave systems. They're gonna come out of these things when the protection's shut down. That's the other thing about this too, is like every survival game that I've ever played, players complain about nighttime. Everyone. And I love the nighttime. But if all these creatures are coming out into the forest and jungles and stuff at night, I feel like you're gonna need stealth. If not camouflage. I don't know. It's a toss up because like versus players, I think that medical just has a big advantage, but when you're talking about players and these NPC things, stealth and camo just seem like it could be really good. And another picture of Bruner. I don't know, that's the other thing. This is the stuff I need to learn how to do so I can make a game. But their tools look better than mine. Okay, so keypad opens the door, one opens the door, and the other turns on these lights. So yeah, if you mess up the keypad, it's going to turn on these red lights, and that's probably what releases the things. Yeah, I mean, night vision's going to be big, and probably flashlights and stuff, but I just think the stealth is going to be better overall. Like if you have night vision goggles, but you still activate these, like if you get hunted by these things at night, you're probably gonna die, I would assume, or lose your gun. Color-coded corridor sections will be a new thing in bunkers. Enter code. Keypad lock. Right combination will open the doors. The combinations will change, and one day NPCs will give you tips about the combination. Yeah, other way would be crusty crowbar. That's what I'm saying, is like strength is just, I like strength too much as a stat. I think it's too good. Because like you're going to be able to break into these things with strength, I'm all for it. I forgot what server I was playing on. I haven't got a message back from any of the other people about playing this either, so I don't really know exactly what's going on there. And also this, it keeps happening. I can't look up my previous played stuff. Oh, see if this is the Australian thing that I did or not. Or no, I didn't do Australian. It was that other thing that that dude wanted me to play. I got too much that I need to test, but I'm kind of burnt out on testing stuff with the game after the last time I did all of it. Still got farming, got new base building, XP levels. This is a normal server, but I don't. I can already tell that the loot's too high here. Yeah, it's been messed up for a little bit if they did. I don't know how dangerous the new mechs are. I need to test it. Because the old mechs, I could kind of run out in front of them and then jump around and they would miss me. But stuff like this is what makes the, this game, like, not that difficult. Yeah, I tried point 3 with solo play. When I was by myself, I went down to I think 0.25 to 0.275 was the rate. 3 was pretty good, except for it spawned too many guns, I think, if I'm recalling correctly. Garlic. Kitchen boards. I'll make a base right here. They didn't even see me. That was weird. I mean, point 2's probably fine. What else do they got going on there? Point 2 is probably going to just have less total loot, I would assume. Mine, like, you could still find guns. Yeah. On mine, it was like, you could still find guns every, like, day or two, like, if you looted for them. So, like, it wasn't, like, super, super bad, but it wasn't crazy either. And then the, you find a lot of crafting components. Like, you didn't have that hard of a time finding crafting components compared to, like, if you go lower, it was like there was no metal or anything anywhere. But they've probably, I heard they changed the loot spawn rates anyway, so I'd probably have to adjust it going back again. Yeah. My thing is that I posted all the information and made videos about my server settings, but they, like, disappeared off the internet, so I can't find all of my settings anymore. I can find, like, little pieces here and there. So it's kind of 50-50. I know that I increased the gas consumption a little bit on vehicles to where pickup trucks and stuff used quite a bit. But, like, quads and things weren't too bad. Then I decreased the recharge rate of gas in gas stations. And I decreased the water regenerate in wells. And then there was like 8x puppets, I think, in towns and things. I think 6x in the wild. And then 3x puppet damage. We had like 5% spawn rate for inside of buildings because I wanted people to be able to go into buildings and make bases, but also not get used to puppets being in the buildings, so every now and then they get caught off guard. Bunkers still had puppets all in them. Loot and stuff respawned every 2 hours. Yeah, there's just a bunch of random stuff. This right here is going to change as soon as they make it to where you have to put in a code or something, because that mech's going to get you right here. That's a terrible idea, though. Look at little Tim sleeping so soundly. Wake up, Timmy, what if there's a monster? Do 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 do. Dude, that guy smacked me pretty good. I mean, I would assume taking out mechs would be a group task for the most part. I don't know how much it takes for these new mechs or anything though, so it is what it is. It's a lot of C1s. It's like some of these things don't have any weight behind it, you know? They need to fix this lag though when you throw things at things, like it's not good. So melee, we're at 248. So we got 8 XP off of that. I think they raised the XP that you gain. 'Cause this used to be 7, if I believe. Little shanky shank. But it's like right now I got this medical skill, you know? And this one is a little bit lower. I need to test to see if you use the same amount of bandages or not. This right here, or no, these are TV screens. I was gonna say that right there is gonna be where like the control room would be or something. I don't know why they have beer in here, but whatever. Oh yeah. Lifeblood. Since when is Coke a thing? And then this thing attacks faster. I can feel it. Look at that. I got another knife right here. A Bushman. Jesus. Thread. Didn't even know that thread could get in here, but Bushman's like the best knife, I think. I don't remember. You already found all this stuff though. I mean, it's like come in here, you get like 6 knives. Golden. I don't remember there being so much crap on the ground in these bathrooms though. More thread. Just one-shot this thing? Been a little bit. Nuclear update. I went back to Guild Wars 2 for a little bit, and they nuked my karma on my Reddit accounts. B4 bunker. They have hazmat things. Interesting. Looks like bunkers have a lot more stuff than they used to. Probably the first time I ever found activated charcoal, though. March. Not shabby. There's too much crap in here. Look at all this food, man. Armor piercing ammo, like, what was that? Gunpowder. Dude, this Bushman is one-shotting people. Am I just a god with this Bushman, or what? I just one-hit this armored puppet. I must have hit him, like, right in the neck or something. I think it's an official server, I'm not sure. I literally just one-shot that armored puppet, though. Like, you saw it. Stuff is insane. I haven't remade my server yet, because I don't know if my friends are going to come try to play or not. So I got to know, if the people in Australia want to try and play, then I'm going to have to make the server more towards Australia and play with higher ping. And if the people in America want to play, then I don't know what I'm going to do. But we'll figure it out. Compass. More gunpowder. It had to have been a neck hit. I don't know why a puppet would die from a neck hit, though. They're already dead. Ooh, backpack. Do 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 do. Could go back for all those knives, I guess. I think it's like people in survival games generally aren't that friendly, though. So if they run into me and I just have a knife, they're just going to kill me because they don't trust what I have on me, you know? I don't think this was me. I think there's somebody else here. That or these puppets are taking damage from something. Dude, I know I had 9mm ammo. Oh, there we go. Also, stealth helps you when you're cutting stuff and medicling and all that stuff. All the noise that you make in general is like... it's quieter. Huh. I think this is like the different kind of players in the game though. Like, it feels good to find a lot of stuff that you want or need. But it's not that big of a deal, you know? Yeah, I was already here. I'm super confused right now. I don't think I've ever been in this bunker. I don't really feel like I need to loot any more of this though, because like we have, you know, enough for the most part. I mean, I need a magazine for the 9mm, but other than that, I don't really care about anything else. That seems risky. Their puppet loot sucks. I feel like this is where I was, but upstairs maybe. I'm waiting for a player to be standing down here. Really. Just like pop me right when I come around the corner. Okay, Minnesota. Yeah, this is the top part of that. Very laissez-faire in this server, you know? Binoculars. Little binoculars. Give me a gun holster or something. Only puppets outside of bunkers? What's the drop rate of a screwdriver? Is that like better than a toolbox or something? Bushman kind of sucks, but it's kind of really strong. I'm very confused. Alright, let's get shot by the mech on the way out. Good bunker, though. I don't think I've ever been down here. So, but here's my argument right here. Okay, you come out of this bunker, you looted whatever, you got max thievery, you got max everything. Bush, bush, grass, bush, 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 grass, bush. Someone with max camo could be literally anywhere right here. You had no idea. You'd walk right into them. All right. You get somebody up there on that side. You get somebody over here on this side. You know, you could use melee weapons, whatever. Just sit. They come out. They loot everything for you. You beat their ass. You take their shit. Easy. Easy. I think we need to go south. Go to that super dangerous trader. So, guessing my instincts say. Oh, wait, what time is it? Actions, check time. 18:55. So it is now afternoon. So that would be west, which makes this north and this south. I don't know about the new mechs, but the old mechs, I just run past them. They hardly ever hit me. These new ones, I'm not so sure about. Do I got an infection? I do. Gosh darn it. Where is my immune system when you need it? Wait a second. Northeast. That's my problem, is that my aim and my focus mode are on the same side, so I can't hunt without aiming, which reduces my visibility. Sucks. Yeah, I just don't think compasses are needed in the game. The only reason you need a compass in survival games like this that are based on realism is if you're in combat with people. You can call out targets. Northeast. I'm getting better at this hunting thing, though. I think. We don't have any awareness right now. The time limit's the only thing that's really stopping me. I think we might have just lost the hunt right there. State your business. State your business. I think we lost it. That sucks. Yeah. I mean, literally, like, stealth and camo, you can kill whoever you want, man. I'm telling you, like, right here, they wouldn't know I was here. Bam. But yeah, compasses are good for, like, combat callouts, but I don't really care about them for, like, travel. Like, in a world like this, it's so small, it doesn't matter. But since it's based on Earth, and they do the day and night cycles, like if I built a survival game, like an MMO survival game is what I want to build, like an RPG survival game basically is what I want to build, but I would change the sun so that people have to change the way they think, because basically right now I spawned in, I didn't know what time it was, but even though that I don't have a time, I can see that the sun is going down. So it goes up in the east, down in the west, which means this is north, and that is south. And so if we're in a combat call out, I could easily be like, oh, northeast, but then, like, my allies probably wouldn't know what the hell I'm talking about. But if you have a compass, you can be like, west 285 or whatever, like 400 meters or whatever you want to say, and they'll be like, oh, yeah, totally. Exactly what will happen. I need some antibiotics, but we're probably going to die from this infection. I'm surprised that we actually got one. My immune system's still holding on. I guess it's from all these injuries over here. Maybe when these are done, we will get better. Maybe. I mean, it's alright. I don't think it's that much quicker. Like, just general directions. Like, normally, like, cause, like, basically the snow area, you know, if you can see it from anywhere, that's north for the most part. Oh, there's an airdrop right here. I don't know. I think as long as you can tell what time it is, you're probably good. And like this action, you can check the watch, and it's saying 19:35 right there.
Welcome to the Thunderdome, bitches. John Dick here, inviting you to join in on the fun as our prisoners disembowel each other for fame, prizes, and yes, the sheer
As long as you know where the sun is, you're good.
Be sure to
I mean, the hardest one would be at noon.
challenge yourself.
That's only if you didn't see it get raised. Like if you knew that it was going up and then it was noon, then you'd know.
There and paint the town red with blood, you degenerates. Make your mama proud.
Make your mama proud. I don't think this is getting better. Nope. We're gonna die from an infection. Some buck. Do, 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 do. They make some pretty good music for this game, even though it's like yesterday. Little man, all I need. Change. don't come easy to me. Change. Two squads. I mean, two squads of 32. I didn't know you could change the squad limit, but it would probably make the game more interesting, I guess, to some extent. But I would almost do like 4 or something. Holy crap, he smacked me. Amazing. I would be tempted to do high constitution just to stop myself from getting infections, man. Infections suck. Yeah, I mean 3's all right, but then how are you gonna split the teams? Well, I mean, 32 and 32 would be 16-16. So you get rid of one team, you do 8 and 8, and then you'd have to divide. You'd have to divide 16 3 ways. It'd be like 5 players per team or something. They're like 21, 3 teams of 21. 1 squad leader and 20 henchmen. That's such BS game. Three teams of 21. Doesn't sound terrible.
Good day, players and spectators. My name is John Dick, and I'll be your host for today's Bloodbath. The best way to gain fame and fortune is by registering for one of our events. What are you waiting for, scrub? Sign up and rank up. And don't forget, the bears are more afraid of you than you are of them.
It's alright, they need to improve their server lag. It'd be manageable as long as the puppets and stuff didn't rubber band or like glance blows off of them. Yeah, I'm sure they would make it heavy. That's the only way you could really balance it, is if it was heavy, or like a two-handed shield or something. I just want it because I like using swords. I wear improvised armor, the medieval helmet, medieval sword, and I use bows a lot. So you give me a shield. Oh yeah. I just realized I can't even buy anything over here because I don't get enough fame. Like the one thing I would change from melee combat, at least for right now, like I know boxing and stuff, they want to add in new stuff. That's also in that video. It looks like one of their characters that went to that bunker was going in without any guns. He was just using his fists, which makes me think maybe they might change it a little bit. But the one thing I would change is blocking while moving. Like right now, I can't block while walking. And with the puppets, you have to move out of the way 99% of the time. And then the times that you move out of the way and they're coming at you, you can't get your hands up to block fast enough. What I would do with the fame system, probably, that people wouldn't like is just, like at the moment, I would just cut. Fame is just how long you're on the island and how your kills stack up. That's about it. I think that's what you should do with it. All right, maybe helping people with medical would be another one. You know? Maybe have like one super important thing for all of it, but I don't know. Yeah, I figure the brawling is going to be good versus that. I think it's going to probably, I'm sure they're probably going to do something to where brawling has to do with the thing wrestling you on the ground, like giving you more time or something. And then you'll start seeing more people bring brawling, I'm sure. Like they'll probably go like medium brawling just for that thing. I'm sure for like it, almost positive. Me too. Dude, I always do this. Every time I come to this place. Okay, it's not letting me auto attack. That was a shot that I shouldn't have taken. I have so many infections right now. It's not even funny. Definitely a lot more infections than I remember in this game, that's for sure. Infections are probably the way that I hate dying the most. Like, it's just really annoying. 20 infections. What am I supposed to do here? Boost your immune system. Antibiotics. Disinfect the wound with antiseptic. Remove any dirty cloth from the wound. And use antiseptic rags or other sterile medicated. It seems like they want you to, like, these C1 bleeds, instead of just letting them heal naturally, they want you to, like, have disinfectant on you. Every time you get a C1 bleed, dump disinfectant on it. Yeah, I'm wearing dirty clothes, but I mean, I think they want me to dump disinfectant on my wounds before they heal. Like this. Just dump disinfectant on it beforehand. That means I'd have to go find disinfectant, though, and I'm not particularly wanting to do that right now.
Welcome, friend.
But yeah, I would say just do fame as a flat rate over time as you're playing the game, and then have
Hit me
kills
up
and
when
stuff
you
give
need a
you more.
refill,
So like when
sugar.
you start playing the game, I've been playing for a little bit. I got 9 fame. I would have to do this, you know, basically another day or whatever, same hour length of play, and then I'll get access to the food traders and the thread traders. That's acceptable.
Welcome.
It basically means that you would have to survive out in the
around.
woods for a little while by yourself before you could come into the traders. Because right here, you can get all these crafting materials at 10 fame. And the bedroll, it looks like. And the thread. The thread is the big one. So, like, really all I need is the 10 fame, and I'm golden for the most part. So right now, I mean, we're setting right here. All they have to do is give it fame. The longer you survive, the more fame you get. And then when you die, you lose fame, and when you kill somebody, you gain fame. That's all you have to do. Cut all the skills out of it. You're solid. I mean, if they really wanted to do something extra, I would say no, the farming, getting fame for farming shouldn't be a thing. I would say if you're going to give fame for anything else, it needs to be big, important things. So, like a kill box, potentially. Maybe you could do fame for hunting animals. Fame for saving somebody's life with medical. Fame for killing. Fame for surviving situations, maybe. Like, instead of healing someone with medical, like keeping yourself alive. Every time you go, like, below, I don't know, 10 to 20% health or something, and you heal and survive, get fame for it. Maybe they can add, like, every skill, they have, like, a super hardcore version, like, what's the skill? Let me look at the skills real quick. So, like, intelligence. Say, like, farming-wise, if you're able to find a super rare plant or something and get it to grow, maybe it would be better. Engineering, maybe if you finish building a fully upgraded base with like generators and stuff, maybe you get fame for having like built it. I don't really know. Like survival, all that, like cooking a really good meal. I don't know. I think just hunting, healing, killing, and surviving should probably be the top ones. Maybe blowing stuff up. Because demolition, like if you tie demolition to fame, like destroying things, then it would at least give some benefit to using the bombs, because they take so long to build. So even if you don't get to break into somebody's base, you're getting excess fame blowing their base up. Could be good. I was getting 4 or 5 fame per corn the other day, just pulling it off of a stock.
Farewell.
Do I have to like do something? I need this 1 additional fame point. just burned herself. That's great. I don't know about this whole fire thing. I like it to some degree because I tried to make a firewall on the when I was last playing. I built bonfires around the outside of my base at one point, and I lit them for like a base defense, and they didn't kill you, and I was a little upset about it. But the way they have it right now, it's really annoying.
Come in. I'll have a look.
Medical. Yeah, I can already get antibiotics for $300. It's not bad.
Go ahead. You'll
I
need
mean,
me sooner.
I don't think I can
How
sell
are
him
you?
anything, but
Welcome to the most secure place on the island.
he's half puppet. You can see it in his eye. I like the effect, don't get me wrong, but I don't know how it's going to work with the new base buildings limits, because I could technically lower my base building. Like before, I had raised foundations with layers of fence and then barbed wire and traps and stuff in the middle, with another raised foundation with spikes on top of the foundations, with more fence, with more traps in the middle. I had like 2 or 3 rows of raised foundation fences.
That there is a good one.
10 fame points for fishing stuff. Yeah, that's not bad. We're already close. But yeah, that was my base defense in the past. But now I would probably, like, if it's 100 limit, I'd probably do, like... I'd probably try to do a raised foundation or something on the outside if possible. Put the spikes around the outside of it. And then I would probably put a wall in front of that. And then I would build my secondary wall inside of that layer. And I'd put bonfires probably in there. I'd put bonfires probably somewhere, because I doubt that they're going to have bonfires as a base building limit. So, however many bonfires that you can stock up with stuff, and then when you have a base defense, you just turn the bonfires on.
New clientele. Step right up.
See, 20 for food. That's the problem.
My doors are all. Come back again.
My thing is I'm really split because... Yes, but you got to find the sewing kits, or you got to find the fishing line.
Yeah, see you later.
That's my problem, is like the lower loot servers, you don't find it, so you have to go to the trader. That's such BS, man. I'm gonna die from that. Where's the freaking armory, dude? That's all I'm looking for right now. He has to be on the other side. My toss-up is that once intelligence leveling comes to the game, would I put my points... Because leveling strength is kind of a pain, and higher strength allows you to crowbar things faster, which is going to help you level your thief skill faster. But if I put it into Constitution, I could raise my Constitution up to like 4 point something, have less issues with infections, I have more health, more stamina, and I could raise my endurance level. And if they put resistances in the game, then I could probably get like basic resistances, which would be good. Because combat stat wise and strength, I don't think I really need much more. I just want the base strength stat. Okay, so you need 30 fame points to get repair kits from him. I mean, that's not much for a repair kit, you know. You only need 60 points for melee weapons. I haven't got to use these new spears either. Looks like they have some new weapons as well.
All right, let's do this.
180. I mean, we can find shotguns and stuff, though. It's not terrible. Geiger counters and respirators. I don't... Respirators aren't for radiation, though, I don't think. Yeah, katana can eat it. That's all I can tell you. It's a good weapon. Don't need it, though.
Hello, what is your emergency?
I don't
Go
think
ahead.
respirators
You'll
are
be
for
soon.
radiation, though. They're for, like, gas particles, as far as I know. Crutch, disposable mask, medical. Is this just one antibiotic pill?
I'll be here when you need me.
I think beer should be, like, partially antibiotic at some point. All I know is these infections aren't going down. Oh, let me see. Still going up. Or maybe it's dropping. Yeah, okay. 300 bucks isn't too bad, but it would be a little bit on low loot for sure. But now that we know that we only really need 10 fame to get going, I mean, that's not too bad. You can get 10 fame pretty easily. It's not anything major. If you keep dying, though, it's going to be a problem. I mean, that's for sure. Not really sure how useful these binoculars are, though.
New clientele. Step right up.
I mean, it looked like it was doing it. all the stuff was disappearing. We still have a lot of it left. So, I mean, maybe. "12 days. Seems fairly recent. Maybe not. We'll see if it comes back, I guess. That's the end of it. But my immune system's still going up, so. That's the weird thing too, is like antibiotics don't boost your immune system in real life. So I think they have to fix this at some point. Because really they destroy your gut. All your little microbiome is gonna be dead. You're gonna have problems. So ideally you don't want to have to take antibiotics. Someone sent me a message. I mean, we're going down now, so it might come back. I mean, all we can really do is go and sell our pistol.
How's it hanging?
That's a big suppressor. Bayonets. I don't think I've seen these yet. Oh no, yeah, they've been in the game. Never mind. Pipe
Are you
bombs.
trying to get shot?
I'm telling you, there's a new AK that came out because it wasn't this one. It was the Warzone looking one. So I think there's a new AK coming with the other stuff. Oh, kunai. I think there's different colored camo in the videos as well.
Guns come unloaded. Security reasons, obviously. That thing registered. Kidding. Nobody cares. Stay safe.
Come in. I'll have go ahead. You'll need these sooner or later. Go ahead. You'll need these sooner or later. Remember to keep hydrated.
That's a hassle. I don't even think that 2 pills is going to do it. So you're going to need a good bit of money. See, but a higher constitution. Health points, stamina, damage, and status, shock, poison, etc. Resistances, immune system, calorie, water consumption, efficiency. It's crazy because, like, Constitution isn't necessarily hard to level, but it's also just, it gives you the most bang for buck early, it seems. Especially if poison and stuff comes in the game. And shock. Like, you'd probably want basic resistance, if anything here. Or like medium resistance and basic endurance would probably be what I would do, honestly. Running, 67%, resistance, medium, endurance, basic to get the negative stamina drain gone. Ugh, or just 0 endurance.
I'm sure I'll see you again.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like you want to take 2 pills. Because these antibiotics are about done. So even 2 pills wasn't enough. I am wearing more dirty clothes than I tend to do, but I didn't expect to get that many infections. Oh, maybe it did. Oh no, I'm zoomed in, never mind. Yeah. It's not enough. Not enough. That's a hard proposition, because if you get an infection, your health rate's just going to be terrible. But all the players running low constitution, this would be even worse on them, though. They should have a food or something that helps you, like if you eat fruit or something. Help boost the immune system. Yeah. Used to, when I maxed my stats out, I ran 4.5 to 5 con. But the thing is that if you have more strength early, you can carry more weight, you can do more melee damage, you can level up your thievery faster. And it's a pain to level. I mean, I usually use bow too, I'm just saying. I just dropped down and was seeing what I could find on the ground. I just happened to have my fist and find a knife. I didn't feel like crafting anything. But $600 wasn't enough to get rid of the infections, so the infections are pretty serious. From what I recall, when I had like 4.5 to 5 con, like I never got an infection, as far as I can recall. Yeah. So you're gonna need like 2 or 3 grand just to get rid of infections. An official, that isn't too hard though. Like I could go, like the time that my antibiotics were going, I could have went and got some more money for antibiotics again, but it would have been a rush. Like, even now, technically, I can probably sell the stuff that I have. I still have the pistol, and I still have the binoculars. These things go up pretty quick. We didn't even get all of that done either. Like,
Welcome. Here's what I've got. Let's see what you have. Make sure.
Hello. Never mind about the expiration date. Those are fake anyway. All in good health.
see, these things are already back up to 10.
Try not to get.
What's up? Guns come unloaded. Security reasons. Obviously. That thing registered? Kidding. Nobody cares.
Bye.
I actually feel like we had enough to get rid of the final bit right there, but it's not that big of a deal.
Hello. What is your emergent? Go ahead. You'll need these sooner or later. I'll be here when you need me.
Oh. The thing is, if I open up my server again, it's $13 a month just for like a 10 person. I love you. You bored? You bored, baby puppy? Huh. Trying to lay down? Trying to watch TV? Hmm. What did I do here? Hmm? Lovey-dovey-dovey. Oh, pup. But you want to stay up here the whole time? Hmm? Alright, we're gonna do the quick drop. Seems that they're having to approve my posts now on Scum, which kind of sucks. Alright, so here we're gonna go for the same brawling, same melee, same running. We're dropping endurance. It's gonna take us like 16 hours to get that up. And then we got thievery, which at medium, so we don't have to level it at all. And then we have awareness and survival is going to be pretty basic. Engineering, we're going to see if we can get it up to basic using the planks from the first 3 trees that we do. This should give us access to the body armor and the tools. It should give us access to the basic tracking that we need for the awareness, and it should give us access to advanced medical and the shotgun and maybe the ammunition. I'm not positive. I think it'll give ammunition. It's so cold outside, it's frightful, but that manor is so delightful. And when there's no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do. Do do. Do do Dang it, man. Got infections, man. God dang it, man. Blame it on my ADD, baby. Sell. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. I'm gonna cut this bush and make some rope. I blame it on my ADD, baby. Crafting an axe and craft, and crafting an axe and craft. Gonna cut down some trees, baby. Actually, looking at this, we need to look at the L stats for a second. So crafting wise, we can get the improvised shotgun and the improvised pistol. But we need medium before we get the shotgun cartridge that we can do. So there is that. Well, we should be able to buy shotgun shells at some point. We need to look. They're fairly easy to find. So, I mean, I blame it on my ADD, baby. Sam, got a different breed. So blame it on my name to me. I blame it on my ADD, baby. Gonna chop this tree. Doo doo dee, baby. Blame it on my ADD, baby. Your sniffer. Different breed. Blame it on my ADD, baby. Blame it on my ADD, baby. Improvised crossbow. Can improvised fishing line be used for the sewing kit? I don't think it can. They should let it be. They should let it be. I think what we should do is see how much XP we get for putting metal into a flag. Because metal's pretty easy to find in general. Because right now we're looking at 3 trees worth of wood and it's not exactly panning out. Gotta chest the metal out here in a second.
Take the boat. This.
Okay. Now we got the ropes. These chests still suck, so we're gonna go try to find scrap metal and see how much XP that we get for putting it into the flag. But the idea here is that we want to be able to level up these skills naturally as we progress in the game and not need to just sit here and level it as soon as we hit the ground. So we got the basic survival, which gives us access to the medium fortifications. It should give us access to the metal weapons. Fishing rod, all that stuff. And now we need engineering, which is going to give us... Wait, can we... We can't already craft that, can we? Thought that was an engineering skill. I don't know. In any case, we would like to get access to all of these basic items pretty quickly, like metal arrow tips, explosive arrows, all that stuff. So demolition would be good too. We get fishing line. Sadly, we can't use this fishing line as thread. That'd be real nice. This one's a little bit worse. Conditioning wise though, like it's gonna be like 16 hours before we get our endurance back up. But I think that's acceptable early, potentially. Let's go ahead and make some arrows. East. North. Nine 400, 9,400. I'm just gonna end up being in this freaking bush. I've never been here before. Be very tempted to do camouflage instead of medical, but one Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi. Yeah. I don't get in gunfights that often. I get clipped by a mech every now and then. That's the thing. Every now and then I'll get clipped by a mech. I just need to go to the parking lot. We're going to see how much XP we can get from placing things in a flag. Dude, picking those crops earlier is like the fastest way to get anything right now, it seems, the fame-wise. Try to find the parking lot. Alright, so right now we have just metal as far as I know. So we're going to dump that. Our engineering is 8146. So we got 2 XP off of that. So yeah, so engineering's kind of a pain right now. I mean, it doesn't affect us too much, I don't think. I mean, it looks like we're still able to craft the metal hatchets and stuff. The shotgun isn't going to be that big of a deal for us. It's not going to be a deal breaker anyway. Survival's a lot more important. Interesting, sir. Hmm. $30,000. puppy pup, but it's dark outside. Okay, it's dark. %. It's 40,000 points. 6. And if strength wasn't such a pain to level, pup, I swear. I swear. Hey, perfect. Thing is like, do we want to waste our melee skill points? Is the real thing. It doesn't take a long time to level, and like basic is like an hour of auto attacking, okay? And then medium is going to be like 4 hours of auto attacking if you're hitting one target, basically. I could just live in this cabin right here. Right down the road, got a nice little fence. Home sweet home. See, but this one, we already got 5 constitution, so we got the maximum amount of healing, stamina, life, immune system, the blood recovery, healing speed, all of it's maxed. And in this, shouldn't really go down at all, like ever. Which means we should be able to get the maximum benefit of all this stuff. Endurance skill minus... So constitution, so we got minus 33% usage speed of our water and our food, which is big. That's very big. The problem here being is that we don't have a lot of strength. So we have to level strength up. And you can see like right there it was like 1.5. See that? Which I think is on par with like dexterity maybe. See, but it's only 7 hours to level up that stealth. That's the big one. And the big thing here is that we're going to pile up all the trees into one pile and then level awareness. So we're going to keep cutting trees and piling them until we get enough to level our awareness up. Or level our survival up, and then we're going to log on and off for the awareness. Is the plan. survival levels fairly quickly, so it's not terrible. And then the more survival you get, the faster you get more survival. So it's kind of hard to calculate the numbers on. But now, since we have less melee skill, like we're not trained in melee skill, then we can probably just, I would assume, use throwing weapons for a while. So kunai and stuff like that, if we get access to. I think that requires engineering though. Let me look. Crafting. I think metal knife. Kunai, it might be engineering because that's using a toolbox. I don't know. It might be survival, might be engineering. Might require both if we're going to be completely honest. Even now we're at like 18% food. Two bolts, cloth, metal, 10 toolboxes, or 10 uses of a toolbox. But like these things don't look like they're that expensive to make. Use small sticks and just logs. I wonder if advanced endurance is 20% reduction. Do 40% food and water reduction. Zero movement speed. I think the base movement speed in the game's like 25. If I'm thinking right. And if that's true, then it really wouldn't change our movement speed. I'm assuming we're going to lose this 13%. What's 13% of 25? $3.25. You crazy. You know that, pup? You crazy pup. You crazy pup. If you did 4.5, you could do advanced endurance and halfway in jogging speed. Let's say it went down to 12%. I mean, that'd be a little bit slower than we are now, like 1.26 maybe, 26 potentially. I don't think it would affect us all too much, if we're gonna be completely honest. So the other thing is that endurance gives us recovery. So like running right here, maxed out, like from here, this additional 30% is going to give us like 3% stamina consumption rate. With this, we're going to get 3% stamina recovery rate. So this one is going to be for running and jogging only, so you can go longer. And the other one's going to be good for melee and brawling. So and then also you get the added benefit of using less water and energy. So I mean, you'd probably lose like 2% or something right here. Go down to like 25% stamina rate, and we'd go up a decent bit here. Need thread before we need survival skill anyway. I mean, we could just eat animals and do stuff normally until our survival hits basic, but it'd be slower. So we were at 33% usage. Now we're at 30% usage. %20 stamina recovery. We've lost 10% consumption rate. 10% max speed. We barely lost any speed, but we lost 10% consumption rate. See, but the cool thing is when you start with a high endurance, you can just do this. And it just increases as you run, even without weight. So we're at 1563. 1602. 41. 1602 to 41. So it's like 39 XP. 41, so we got like 40 right there. Right? Alright, so I'm going to do the numbers on that. So we're going to calculate 10 million points divided by 40. $70 hours. Which means it's going to be even faster for melee. That's nuts. I'd up strength to 4, yeah. I'd do it. I think that's what I'm going to do. As soon as they add the intelligence leveling, I'm going to slide like 50% of this advanced medical off into strength, and then I'll put the 0.5 from dex into strength. So it'll be 4, 4.5, 1, 2.5. Then I'll have, 10 hours of medical leveling to do at some point, but I'll have 4 strength, which will help me with my crowbarring to get my thievery skill back up, as well as help me with my melee combat. And then I'll keep my dexterity or my conditioning high with this water usage. We lose 10% on our running consumption, which kind of sucks, but we gain 3% of our regeneration, and we lost 3% on our overall calorie consumption. But after we get Constitution back up to 5, we should get the 3% back, I think. And then basically after we land, we're going to do survival and awareness leveling. So survival's like 20 trees, something like that. This engineering, though, I don't know exactly how we're going to do it yet. Potentially, if we wanted to, though, we could drop medical down to medium. And then we could put additional skills here. And then we'd have 20 hours of medical leveling, though. That's the only sucky part about it. But I don't know. My thought process here was like, after you get vehicles and stuff, you don't run a whole lot. We literally dropped this down 3%. And our run speed is almost exactly the same. We lost like 0.2 off of this. But we did increase our dexterity a little bit, so I mean maybe that's part of it. But you can see how drastically our endurance is staying up compared to how it used to be when we're boxing. Like, we're definitely no slouch. We just don't have as much muscle as we did before. And that's the one thing I don't like about this, is that we're going to have to passively level strength. So if I can get 4 points early, then I'll do that next time for sure. I'll slot the additionals into melee. But we're getting 40 points or so per punch now. So our brawling skill's leveling up at a drastic rate. Like, our brawling skill's leveling up very quickly. This was at 0. We already got 5,250 points right now. We fought like 4 puppets. So, I mean, we do another 4, we're at 10,000. I mean, it just... I actually just did the calculation for it too, and it wasn't that much time, actually. Like, it was kind of like a similar amount of time to camo to get to advanced plus brawling. So I'm probably going to stick with this and use my punches more often, because it's 40 per second's pretty good. But the interesting thing is, once you get a very high endurance, this actually levels up as you run instead of it not. I mean, it kind of does when you have a lot of weight on you when you start off, but right here, it's just... Like, my endurance is dropping, but it's not super crazy, even though my consumption rate is 5% lower than it was, I believe. We got 3% additional recovery, and like, if we switch to a jog, it's perfectly stable. But if we go downhill, it'll go back up. The real test will be when you get a bicycle, because in the past, when you get a bicycle, you can ride it and then stop pedaling, and it'll still level up your running, and it does it very, very quickly. See, but medium to advanced running, that's going to be the one that's kind of iffy here. Because we're going to have 1,000,000 points. If we just go like 1 a second, I think we can do 2 a second. But if we're just doing 1 a second, I mean, it's going to be a very long leveling period. But if we get 2 a second, it goes down to something that's a little bit more consistent. And if we can get 3 a second, it's looking a lot more better. But we use this all the time, but we got 3% less movement speed, but to get back up to 70%, because we needed to get to 70% to get the 14% movement speed. So that's really all we're interested in. So we're going to try and look at, so 70% of this would be 700,000 or so. If we could get 2 a second, we're looking at 97 hours, which is a decent chunk of change. But I'm just thinking combat-wise, I think I would prefer to have the stamina. Because with boxing, it's a night and day difference when you have the stamina regen. And then the stamina's going to help us level melee later. Which in turn, like, melee should level up quicker than brawling. As long as we do everything properly. It shouldn't take us but like 2 hours, 3 hours to do 0 to medium, which is enough for a server reset. And then we should be able to catch up to advanced pretty quickly if we're farming it as well. So I don't think it's going to be too bad. But the food consumption is what I'm really interested in right now. We're getting a 30% droppage right now. When we had 5 constitution, this was at 33%. But I think we gained 3% on the endurance skill here, so I think we'll get 36% to 40% maybe. Food and water consumption usage, which is pretty big. I'm not sure if the stamina recovery works while you're running, though. That's the thing. So, like, right here, we go to a jog. It's leveling out. Still dropping. But as soon as we stop... I don't know. Hard to say. I mean, we lost 5% running efficiency for 3% endurance regeneration. This might not be as efficient as the other one, because endurance generally levels a bit faster. And I don't really care about this 0.5 dex either. It keeps me from having to level thievery up, but we're not going to be able to crowbar lockers very quickly until we get our... And this isn't going to have this in the future anyway, so I mean, I'd probably slot it still over here. But our punches don't have as much oomph because we don't have the strength that we did. That's a problem. We're going up by like 1.5 here. Going up by like 1 here. My main thing here is that I want the strength points, but I don't necessarily care about having my melee skill leveled up at the very beginning. Like, arguably, it's a very good skill to have early for sure, but... Also, doing a lot of fistfights like this is like very much a place to use disinfectant, which would help us level our medical faster. So I end up catching an infection, this is going to be bad. We could have actually tested our medical theory here. So like this right here, like medium compared to advanced for a C2 is like 1 extra rag. But like a C4, it's like 1 or 2 rags compared to like 3 or 4 rags. Such bull crap. Got another C2 now. I'm getting an infection here in a minute for sure. So you go downhill, you actually gain stamina. That's what's crazy about that. close. All they have to do is change where when you're moving you can block. That's the only thing they could change, and it'd be so much better. Because there's so many times where I see it and I'm trying to like block, but I can't stop moving because otherwise they're going to be able to both hit me at the same time. But you get like an 80% damage reduction right there. We have ×3 puppet damage right now. So it's not worth it for me to block, probably. I mean, it is, but it isn't if I get hit twice. Like, so in vanilla game, if 80% of their damage is reduced, you could get hit by like 5 puppets, and it'd be an equal amount of damage. But here, I mean, you're getting rid of 80%, but you're actually taking twice as much. I don't know. You heard that, pup? Hmm? So we get 361 compared to that. Actually, like this consumption rate, we have 70 stamina. I think there's like 50 stamina if you start at 3. I'm not sure. So, I mean, we have higher constitution than somebody that doesn't have it. So even if our jogging rate, if our jogging consumption rate is 5% less, but we have like 20% more stamina. But we probably don't have like, we probably have like 10% more stamina or something. What kind of bush is this? That's whack. It's whack. Where's your bushes, man? You have to level awareness to get food. You got 6 fame though. Hello? I swear the footsteps in here sometimes sound like SpongeBob's little boots. Bum 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 ba-da-dum, bum. But yeah, like, you can passively level strength, but it's still going to be really slow, I think. Like, I think dexterity goes up to like 1 or 2, and it levels decently, but it's leveling all the time. Is the difference here. Like strength, you can do this, and you could just macro a tree for a while, or you can run around for a while. I don't know, man. I just know food is a big deal, and you need to level your awareness. If they ever fix this thing with awareness leveling, though, it's gonna be a thing. Because, I mean, if you have enough people, you can level awareness decently enough anyway, but it's still gonna be very annoying. But logging off of, on and off the server is pretty fast after you get the trees down. Just how long you want to stay is the question. Say I'm crazy. They don't really know who they are. Baby. Crafting rope and hit the mall. Alright, so now we need a pile of lumber for leveling here. Pile of lumber. Let's try one of these small trees. Hopefully with 0.9 they add the leveling. The intelligence leveling. That's what I'm hoping. So I'll either go 2.5 or like 1.5 intelligence. Probably. 2.5 is like 10 hours of medical leveling, but if we do medium, we can do 20 hours of leveling, which still would kind of suck. But it wouldn't be too bad, I guess. No, I'm not the only one. Say I'm crazy. You don't really know what Okay, gotta mark the thing. See, doing this without any awareness is rough. But the chicken's probably the easiest thing. Didn't sound like it was this far. I figure they probably may have farming where it generates so much fame because they're probably thinking if you land on the map, you're going to be harvesting wild food at the beginning. And that would probably give you a decent amount of fame. I guess we lost the hunt already. I don't know. It's almost worth, like, it's not really worth it to go after these hunts without any awareness. It's just, it's very odd. Crazy. There's a lot more wood out of these than. There's no way. I was just literally. Like, if it's a different one, I could hunt it, but if it's not, then it's the same one, and it's already been like 3 minutes. Super annoying. I think like they made the voices like just a little bit more close together because they space them out. Sometimes they happen like back to back, like every 20 seconds or something, and then sometimes it's like 4 minutes before they end up doing something. It's dumb. It's a lot of wood from these tiny trees. Sadly, I don't have anything I can really use the wood on. That's the only bad thing about this. I guess I'll put the sticks back here. And the sticks will go through the pile. Okay. You say I'm crazy, but you don't really know me. Say I'm lazy, 'cause I mix drinks at a bar. Don't know me, son. Kamehameha. That's a hit right there. I'm really curious on engineering right now, if it's harder or easier to level than it used to be. If it's the same, then it wouldn't be too bad, but if it's different, that's where things get annoying. It's hard enough to build a flag on these survival, so like if you do low loot stuff, the flag alone is just super annoying. You get the toolbox. It's usually the bolts. You have a hard time finding the bolts. Yeah, I'll do forge strength, 100%. I think force strength, if you don't get any advantage having the extra medical early, I'd probably do force strength, medium medical, put the additional 5 points, or it'd actually be 1 point. I'd probably put it in like engineering. If I could get like pretty close to medium engineering early, that'd be pretty decent, I think. When I used to level this in the past, I would just cut down the trees and I wouldn't process the logs. I would just use these stick bundles. Because they're smaller items, they're closer together, so you don't have to move your character around when you log on and off. Compared if you use the lumber, like I did in the last one, it takes up more space on the ground. But we only got 3 bundles of sticks, so I don't know if that's enough. If we're going to be honest. But we don't have any major use for the wood. That's the main thing. Like, we could stick the wood in something, I'm sure. Like, we could put it in this trap, maybe. These chests suck. They don't give any XP. It's already Wednesday, man. Work week just ended. It's nuts. Is it me you're looking for? I can see it in the wind. In a smile. You're all I ever wanted. Da-na-na-na-na. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. See, this right here, I think, is like average for dexterity. If I thought like 1 point or 0.12, something like that. So I think if you could keep that rate up, I mean, it would take you a little while to get your strength going, but I think the max for strength is like 0.35, if I remember correctly. I really think that this should level up your melee skill. I got 2% at throwing. Alright, so right now we're at 9%, and we have not a ton of stuff, but we have like a little bit of stuff on the ground. Might do this one last stick. One last stick. Where's the best place to stand? Need 400 items or so. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. There's 14. 28, 56, 70 something. Be easier just to use the sticks probably, because we actually have uses for the sticks. Like I can level up the awareness and then craft the sticks into like rope or something and get some extra survival out of it. But if we can't get much engineering XP off these logs, it doesn't really benefit us that much. So we say this was like 80 or something. Let's do 80 times 5 is 400, so it's only 5 logons. Depends on if we want basic or do we want medium. I guess I'll keep going until this whole screen is kind of clogged up as best I can. But after those disappear, because Because, like, our axe is going to break here in a second. And I think we're getting to the point where we can't have as much in our radius. Doesn't seem like it. The good news is the awareness or the conditioning that we have right now is making our food last quite a while longer. Even though that we're missing the extra 3%, I mean, normally we're starving right now. We still have 50% right now. We haven't ate anything, so feeling pretty good about it. I think we'll just start right here, go ahead and get basic in case that chicken shows up again. Just stand in the middle or something like that. Probably something like that. Do 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 do. Like running wise, we're looking at like 16 hours or something to get back to where we were, I think it was, but that's without a bicycle, I think. Actually, I'm not sure. We need to double check. I think 70,000. 20 hours to get our, well, we should get our 3% by then, and we'll get 5% additional movement speed in 20 hours. I think that's acceptable. %. Was it like 8% increase? Do 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 do. kind of wonder if they put a limit on how many objects your person can see when they come in. But I doubt it. Not sold on this yet, though. I think maybe I'm more of a camo player than I am medical. I mean, although we can level camo up passively, I mean, it doesn't take very long, but I mean, the same amount of time that it's going to take us to get to advanced camo, we could have had like 1,000,000 points above advanced camo. You know? Like 1,000,000 points of camo. 55 hours. 1,000,000 points of advanced plus medical. We're going to be conservative with the time. 10 hours. It's like if you're caught out in the open, medical's going to save your life, but if you're just sitting in a bush or something, or AFK, camo is going to be better. If it, like, that's a hard toss-up. And even with this, like, if I started with camo at 73%, like I have medical right now, or let's say 50%, you need 500,000. $27 hours. That's almost how long it would take to go from 0 to advanced medical. And as much as I like starting with basic awareness and the survival skill, like I like having basic awareness and basic survival on low loot. It just makes starting the game so much easier. Saves time. We could level survival over time. I'd probably lower it, get basic awareness so we can hunt early. And then just level survival naturally, maybe, since it levels faster than awareness does. All we have to do is craft arrows. Like shooter arrows, craft new arrows, keep doing that until we have all that stuff. But if we wanted to save the most time possible, advanced survival would be craziest, but it's also the fastest to level up, sort of. Freaking thing is in my face. Like, I feel like I'm more of a stealth player than I am like a lockpicking player. But on the flip side, I need lockpicking. Like, I need my strength and lockpicking, because lockpicking is going to take a while to level either way. But that's also like 99% of the time in the game you're going to be looting stuff. So, I mean, even then, it's like... You know? It takes 7 hours of crouch walking to get stealth to medium, and I think that's fine. It's annoying, but we could do that. It's actually going to be worse than that, though. It's like 1 per second on the first part of it. Yeah, so it's probably going to be more like 8 or 9 hours. But if we want to get medium thievery, 2,200 lockers. Wait, double check that. $2,200 lockers. And let's say we go do a loot run and we're able to do, let's say conservatively 20 lockers a day or something. It's 110 days. That's like 3 months. But I think you could do more than that. If all you hit was lockers every day, like you could probably hit like 40, 50. Still like a month. Guess the question is, how long can I go without needing to raid people's bases? And I don't remember how long it took to loot the lockers without strength. I feel like it was like 3 minutes or something. And then it dropped down to like a minute or something with strength higher. That's what I'm feeling. Because I know higher thievery, higher strength equals faster crowbars. Stealth is like something you can't really hardly like level in game at all, you know? It's very slow anyway. telling you, they need a rage mode on these. Like, after so many puppets in an area die, there needs to be like a screech go out the back of their head. And then like all of the puppets converge. That'd be great. But I'm just thinking, you know, like as long as I don't get shot, you're fine, you know? Like if I have a bow and arrow and I'm camoed, the only thing is I don't think camo works if you're not prone anymore. Otherwise, like, I would love to start the game with like basic demolition. Instantly make explosive arrows, have full camo, and just set. And then you get a player come by and you just, boom, explosive arrow right to the back. They are confused. They look around. They don't see you. You go back camouflage. Perfect. You know? Perfect execution. With camo, you can sit anywhere. But if you're moving, it's trash. So I really don't know. Like, if I run away from somebody and I get out of view and then I stop moving, I'll go camo. And I should be safe. I would think, anyway. Wow, that barely whiffed. There's a hunting stand right here. All I know is, like, I can track a little bit with no awareness, but it's very difficult unless there's like a flat open field. And then with basic awareness, you get the paw print, so it helps. But hunting is very iffy, you know. I would prefer to level up my survival naturally. So, I don't know. It's just the amount of time that it takes to level up camo. If I was to do camo instead of medical. Because it wouldn't take too long to get medical to medium. And I'm happy at a medium pace. Whereas, like, 1,000,000 points in camo. It's 55 hours. Like, that's too long at the start of the game to use the skill. Like, we'd have to increase our intelligence. Thought I heard an animal, but maybe not. Could have swore I saw a hunting stand, though. Maybe it was the power line. Oh no, it's right there. See, I don't know where the best places to hunt animals are anymore. It seems more random than anything, but also kind of not. Like, chickens always spawn near the towns. But then places that have bears are still spawning bears. So I don't really know. I have some hard choices coming up in the next patch, probably. What is this, outside the airport? I can't believe there's a hunting stand right here. I've never had any luck at hunting stands when it comes to animals. The other thing is like leveling. I mean, if we have to go advanced camo, I could do it. I could level awareness once, at least to basic. I mean, I would hate it, but I could do it. Take basic demo, basic, probably the rest into thievery. I would like to have higher strength. I would like to have 4 to 4.5 strength. 3.8 is probably the lowest I would like, but I'm not super worried about leveling my melee skill. But if heavy weapons come in, I could slot points into that. But I don't really think I need to slot any. As much as I like strength and it's super useful, it's not something that I particularly. But then if I'm going to level strength passively, I'm going to need to be able to build. I need to build a hut, and then I need to be able to build. If I AFK farm it, I'm not going to be able to AFK farm camo. So I have to decide one or the other. So I'd basically start with camo, then I could farm my strength up. And then I would need to gather supplies for medical, which would take me a while. At least it'll give me something to do. I wish I could have like medium medical though. This seems like it'd be better. But the possibility of camouflage though is just the thing. Like you could be completely camoed out, just chilling outside someone's base, and they go and open the door and you shoot them in the back. Or they come out and you shoot them, or you go to a bunker and you wait and somebody goes and loots it every 30 seconds and you shoot them. You know, as long as you kill them first, that's a loot. That's guns. That you don't need lock picking if you can kill the people that have the guns, you know? And it's supposed to work on NPCs, so you could sit in the middle of a bunch of NPCs maybe and just wait for people to fight them. It just seems way more versatile, you know? But if you're running, like if you're moving in the open and you get shot, it's going to be bad. But most of the other stats, once you get like 1,000,000 extra points like above it into Advanced Plus, that's where you get like an extra bonus, you know? So I think that's what would happen with camo too. And if you have to passively level up stealth anyway, you're looking at 7 hours of stealth to level up to medium. I mean, 7 to like 9 hours. And it's like a flat rate, basically. Well, it's not a flat rate, but it's still pretty slow. You're going to have to level that up at some point anyway. It's just strength levels up so damn slow. That's the problem. Like right here, dexterity's at 2.4. Strength, like normally strength is like 1.5. The highest I think is 3 to 3.5 I think, or 0.35 I think. But dexterity, I mean, this is like, I think 1 day in game is like 12 hours. It's either 8 or 12 hours. So you're looking at a few days of like AFKing to get a point in dexterity. I don't know. I think just how I play in general, though, like people that play with guns, I think probably just would benefit more from medical because they're usually like full auto, close range. Me, I'm usually like I play primal for the most part. So like if I get someone point blank up on me, I'm either shooting them with an improvised gun or I'm hitting with a melee weapon. Without any melee skill, though, I'd probably just carry a spear and chuck it at somebody, to be honest. See, but this right here is what you can do when you just these basic arrows. So we're at 1480. I'm just going to make a few. Because low loot server, the only way that you can really take off the ground is you either go into a dangerous area and find a gun or something early, or you go in and you hunt animals early. But without basic awareness, it's pretty rough. And I would say even without medium awareness, it's pretty rough. It'd be a while before you could trust camo too. Like you have to have more camo than their awareness, which is already a big ask. Like if someone's been playing the game for a while, they probably have, you know, a decent bit of awareness, I'm sure. I don't know if it would be a million unless they're like power farming it, but even right now, like you see, like I already died once, so I have negative 2,000 because that's how I set up the thing. You get like 10 lives basically. 2,000 was like I think as much as it cost to get a hiking backpack in the past. So like if you die one time, you're already in the hole. And like you still need to get access to thread and be able to hunt to make money on a low loot for mine anyway. The big one that I keep thinking about though is that it affects NPCs. Like camouflage affects NPCs. And we have already seen that they're going to have solar panels on some of these bunkers, and if they're messed with or it's dark, the monsters come out at night, so they're probably going to let these monsters out into the jungle at dark. So if you don't have shelter or some way to fight them, you're probably going to be in a bad spot. And camo would probably help you just disappear for a little while, you know? If you had to. Conversely, though, I mean, if you get hurt really bad, you're going to need medical. But if you don't have medical supplies, and you're kind of... I don't know, because tourniquets... Like, if you can have a good supply of tourniquets, I mean, those are going to replace medical for a while, too. So it's not really... Because they're one-use fixes for most things. I think they're like 2,000 at the trader, too. So you have advanced medical, you're going to stabilize faster, but if I have a tourniquet, I could still use it in an emergency and keep myself alive, but I would have to pay for it. But you see, like, we've been here this whole time since we've landed. No animals. And the only reason we haven't starved to death is because I have Constitution. I mean, that's like... the hardest part. If you pick enough corn, we can go to the trader. Because it gives you like 4 or 5 fame per corn, apparently. It'd probably be smart to just like build a farm. But I think it takes like 3 days for the things to grow or whatever. I think that's what someone said anyway. And all the maintenance that you have to do on your crops too, I bet that's annoying. Someone said that wolves and bears were still spawning in the open world, but I don't think they are either. We didn't get any fame for that one. That's weird. Maybe you have to put it in your actual inventory first. Surely the animals would spawn around crops, right? I mean, logically, I would expect them to be somewhere that they could eat veggies or something, you know? Or like a grassy plain. Meat. I got 6 XP right now. That's where I'm saying that, like, melee weapons, they're nice. But it's like, I feel like if you have a melee weapon, you already have an advantage in general, and then, depending on what melee weapon you have... Wait, was that a pig? No. Like, depending what melee weapon you have, I think you have advantage versus other melee weapons. But also, since we're brawling, I'm not afraid to throw my melee weapon if I have to. If I know I'm going to lose, you know? A lot of puppets, though. Of course that was a delay. Why wouldn't there be? I need a faster button so I can just grab it instead of click it because I misclicked there. See, but this should still be 3 XP per hit. But now we know that we can use a target to passive level as long, and we can also passive level on the puppet bodies as well. But I need to find, if my old video still exists, I need to rewatch it. Because I don't remember what melee weapon. I think we were using the spear. Is the spear or a stick or something? We were using something. Because, like, a person, if you're a brawler and they're a melee user and y'all are both fighting each other, you're going to be able to do, they're going to do more damage to you for sure. But, like, if they throw their melee weapon, they lose. If you throw your melee weapon and you pierce them, you have a chance, you know? They're going to be slowly bleeding out. So, I mean, if I had spears right now, I think that'd probably be the better way to do this. Because right now I don't have, I mean, I have decent strength, but nothing crazy. Like, I'm not going to be able to throw super far, you know? Demolition. Like, I would prefer demolition, I think, right now. Like, what's worse, like your base getting raided or like somebody setting outside your base and shooting you with an explosive arrow repeatedly, you know? I don't really know what's worse, you know? And then if you base raid, it's over in like 3 seconds after it's done, you know? Gotta keep hitting the right one. That wasn't so good. Got some C2s. At least now we finally get to see if this affects medical very much. C2 injury. 2. That's basically the same, right? The same that we used last time. I don't know. I wanna like start off with basic engineering and like basic demolition so I can have kunai. That's like 100. $5,000 XP in brawling, only 75 in melee. Like it's not worth it to use the melee until we got it leveled really at all. So you need to passively farm it for a while. I think it was brawling or not brawling, the brass knuckles that were like one of the things that we'd found. But I'm pretty sure it was like a stick. You have a stick and you have a spear. And those were like the two that were really good. And then probably katana. I mean, there had to have been something that smacked multiple things. Also, since you can lead things with your arrows, I mean, that's another big feature for bows, I would think. Right here, and it has a timer. Duct tape, gunpowder, a can, and a stick. And you need the blast cap, which is just like gunpowder. I don't know. Boxing always seems better when you have the bow. Like you don't use your combos anymore, but it's always a right throw. Like you know what's going on. How you would never see this. What? $12. This is where the compass gets you. I don't know which way is west. I think it's this way. Or actually, no, this is south. Yeah, west. Southwest. like you have to hunt in the snow. I mean, that's the only thing I can figure right now. What's up, Izarund? Welcome back. Just testing some. Just testing some stuff. We have I'm trying to decide if I want to focus on advanced medical or advanced camo during a game. And like leveling awareness up myself. It's kind of annoying, but we could do it. Nice, nice. I'm having a debate, like, on the best skills, basically, because I know, like, survival, for instance. Well, they said something about rebalancing or something like that. So I figured if they change everything, it's going to be annoying, but we'll see what they do, I guess. Specifically meaning what? I mean, I saw that they were reworking the intelligence thing, but I don't know about specifics. Uh, 9 a.m. I don't know if I'll, I mean, on Twitter, I don't know if I'll be able to find it or not, but I don't know if I want to stay up that early. I figure if they rework intelligence, it would be, the squad system probably would be changed, if anything, and then like the leveling system would be changed to level with books. But if they're changing, because they had skill rebalancing, I don't know if they make the skills easier to level. I mean, that would be fine. But in my head, I'm debating starting skill stats right now. So crap. God damn it! Yeah. This puppet keeps getting in my way. All right. But my thing is right now is like, even with basic awareness, I'm having a rough time hunting animals. And if I play on my servers, I need to be able to hunt the animals to do pretty much anything in the first place. Got an infection. I figure if they put intelligence leveling into the game, I was planning on dropping my intelligence down to like 2.5 or something and giving myself like 4 or 5 strength. But now I'm thinking, every strength skill besides brawling, I don't particularly care about starting with the XP in. Like melee I would care about a little bit, but it's easier to level than brawling is. So I could shh, it's okay, pup. I could potentially figure that out. Like, shh, it's okay. It was me. It was me. Because like the starting was like 3. for like the level 1. It's like an hour, but you can hit 2 puppet bodies, 3 puppet bodies with melee and get this down. Like you can split your time. I don't use the aim dots. I turned it off specifically for this too. Like I don't use aim dots on my stuff. So it doesn't matter. You gotta eyeball it. Well, my debate comes with intelligence stuff because medical skill, everyone says is the hardest to level, but it's also the strongest skill probably early game for PvE and PvP together. But we need awareness to be able to find and hunt animals, which I can level awareness quickly if I cheese it. So it isn't terrible if I wanted to level it just once. Well, it like I don't know if they're going to do the intelligence leveling or not, is basically it. I mean, I'm going to see what's new on there too. I'm just saying. I'm not sure what you're asking, but my build adjustment was going to be dropping intelligence down to 2.5 and putting like 4 strength in here. Yeah. I mean, depending on I thought they only did interviews with like popular streamers or something. See, all right, so here's my main debate though with these intelligence skills. So awareness, really good for hunting animals, and if you are in a low loot server, you're gonna starve to death if you don't have it at some point. It seems like, unless you just farm or something. Survival skill, probably the fastest to get to Advanced Plus and saves you the most total time just doing things in the game. Medical, all the streamer people say is the most important skill and hard to level, which I think if you're in like close range melee combat and running into people and fighting and getting shot, probably is. But camouflage takes the longest to level, you know? It takes the longest time to level. And like if so say you took like a meta max medical person, like the one thing they say every time is that if you get shot, you just die. It doesn't matter what your HP pool is. So they started lowering their constitution down to like 1. So now they get into a fight, they die instantly, and they say it's no big deal because it's just if they sneak up on you and they shoot you, you die. It doesn't matter. So camouflage is what does that. Camouflage is the one that lets people sneak up on you. So it would have more versatility, right? In total, it feels like. And like if you go AFK in a field or anything, it'll just be invisible, and then no one will see you. I mean, it sounds like a plan. If they'll ask the question for you, might as well. I'm sure there's going to be quite a few changes with the patch. If the patch shows up today too, it's going to be some work to figure some stuff out. I mean, I don't know how specific they would go. Like, I don't know if they would tell you like XP ratios or anything. I would, it'd be better if they did, I guess. Wouldn't have to test anything. My assumption would be that they would either go into making the game easier or harder. Is the only way I would really figure. And if they go easier, they're probably going to reduce the time it takes to level your skills. And if they go harder, they would increase it. Because some of the skills you can level really quick, and the other ones, they're just really fast. So it's kind of... Yeah, it also kind of knocks some of the skills out of the running, though, sort of. Like, not exactly, but kind of. Because, like, sniping, people probably wouldn't use it that much. They probably don't really even now. Medical, you'd still probably have the same issue. That's probably the biggest toss-up for me is medical, because like if you start with advanced medical, you're basically taking out a whole section of the game that you would be leveling with, and you don't really have any major need for medical supplies afterwards. But it takes like 26 hours or something to max medical out if you have the supplies, where it takes like 60, 70 hours to max camo out. But camo you can do passively, and then medical you can do. You'd have to gather supplies first. So if you put the supplies like gathering on top of all that, then it would take longer. Well, that's the thing. It's hurting my head because I haven't got to test camo out very much. I haven't got to test it out hardly at all. Like anytime I've tried to look at it with people on my server, they've always been able to see me. It never activated, and I don't know what they're doing to not have it activate. But as far as I know, camo doesn't activate anymore unless you're prone, which already makes like bows and arrows like impossible to use. You have to have guns. I mean, I figured they're going to bring in hacking. I mean, I would assume they were going to bring in hacking. I have to go look at it. I mean, they're getting very close to launch. I'm assuming there's going to be quite a lot of things coming in with intelligence. Like, the minimum has to be hacking just for the bunkers, but I don't know if they've put any work into, like, animal handling or anything yet. They could be changing, like, the farm fame from farming and stuff, too. I mean, that could be technically, like, a intelligence change, but... Oh, I don't know if I want to try and stay up for it or not. Well, it's like 5 hours, 5.5 hours. Yeah. See, this is a toss-up with this, too, is, so... Programming and electronics, I figure, is going to come in with bunkers. But they might change the wordage or something on it. Unless they stick it under engineering, which could still... It's electrical engineering, so, I mean, it would kind of make sense. Tactics, I think, is something that people would use. But tactics is also a weird skill, because... like if you think about what tactics is, it's basically like seeing through walls, sort of. But like, it doesn't. You can't shoot through walls that well in Scum, I don't think. So it's more of like a stalk. Like if you're fighting face to face, I don't think it's gonna help you that much, unless it like shows you their movements behind trees or something. In that case, it would probably be taken most of the time. It'd be like one of the main PvP skills. But like animal handling would be really cool. This right here, I don't understand. Education and psychology. Because like education makes you think like skill points, like learning things faster. But psychology, unless you have like charisma, like it was going to give you better trader prices or something. That's the only thing I can really think of. Unless you can talk to NPCs. I mean, maybe that's what it is. If they add NPCs to the game, psychology is like something to do with the storyline characters, maybe. But then like biochem, like, what was that, like poison grenades? Most of that you could stick under engineering, sort of. But here's my thing. I don't think I care about thievery much at all anymore, honestly. Like the more I think about it, the less and less I'm just interested in thievery. Tarkov quests. I mean, it's an open world compared to Tarkov, so I mean, if the quest items respawn and stuff, I mean, you could do it, but I don't necessarily enjoy Tarkov quests. They're okay. Yeah. I'm sure they're talking about, like, going out and gathering Tashankas and shit and bringing it back to your thing. They could connect the fame to it. I mean, that's the best thing they could do is connect fame to it. But I can't say that the people that play Tarkov enjoy the quests very much. It's just they do them to get access to the rewards. That's literally it. See, I was planning on doing something like this for my build. But if we do that, I mean, like, it lets us level medical really quickly. But if we don't care about medical, that would give us just enough awareness to be able to hunt a lot easier early. But we can level awareness. If I really have to, I can level awareness and die a few times. It's just super annoying. Or I can just go and eat crops for a little bit, like go harvest crops. Find me a couple corn. I really want basic demolition now. Like, the more I look at it, the more I'm like, I want basic demo. Like, and if they put climbing in here, I'd probably do climbing, to be honest. What you're climbing? Probably trees. That's like the only thing you climb trees and buildings. I'd probably take climbing. But no, look at this though. This is my trade-off here. Okay, so I think medical and camouflage, both of them benefit from being maxed out at the very beginning of the game. Like, medical helps you heal yourself if you get shot or injured, right? And camouflage helps you not get shot or injured and ambush people. But they both benefit from being selected first. But look at, like, so camo, look at this. This is going to be, like, from medium to advanced. So camo is like this. basically. It's like 55 hours. It's like 60 something hours from 0 to advanced. And then you look at medical. $20 hours, 21. But with medical, you have to gather the supplies. So like, if you have advanced medical, you can still passively level camo throughout the day if you want, but it's going to take you like 50, 60 hours. But then if you take camo and you want to level medical, you got to gather the supplies first, which who knows how long that takes to gather the supplies. Like, you can't passively level it. But if you're not passively leveling any skills at all, then it would be better to take camo. But then if you're passively leveling camo, you can't level strength as well. Like you can crawl on the ground and level stealth and camo, and you can have strength like crap in your backpack to kind of get strength going. But if you're trying to level strength and you use the wheelbarrow, you can't do camo and stealth while you're doing the wheelbarrow. So it's like this trade-off, which like, and it's going to take like at least 7 hours to get medium stealth. But if you're going to do medium stealth, you're going to be able to get 7 hours of camo skill. But like, if you're going to spend the time that it would take to get camo skill from 0 to advanced leveling stealth, why wouldn't you just start with camo and get like 1,000,000 extra points into camo, and then anyone that has advanced awareness would be so far under you that they would never see you. You know? Whereas like medium medical is like perfectly fine for the most part. And so like medium medical here, like look, so I'm just gonna go like basic to medium. So you do like 100,000 and it's at 20. It's 4 hours. But it's only 5 hours for camo. But the next level, like camo is easier to level early, but it's harder to level the more XP that you need. And medical is a little bit harder to level early, but easier to level as you get more supplies to level it. You know? And it's just... But camouflage can be used versus the NPCs. But right now, like, I've seen so many things over camo, I don't know what's true or not. Like, as far as I know, you have to be prone, and it just makes you vanish off the map. It doesn't let you blend into your environment anymore. I've seen some people say that you have to wear the colored clothing for the thing that you're in for it to activate too. So I don't know if you need special clothing for it to work. But like, if you're stalking somebody's base, you can just set outside there and camouflage, right? And instead of raiding their base, you just wait for them to come out, and then you hit them with an explosive arrow. Just murder them with an explosive arrow. Just take their stuff, run out into the woods, and vanish. You know? But even this is like, that's like 73 here. 73,000, so you need like 2,700 points right there. $15 hours. Like, just here to there is 15 hours. Which would give you like almost a full chunk of medical just for that. You know? But if anyone takes advanced awareness early, this is like, it doesn't do anything for you. You just lose, because if they have more awareness than you, it deactivates your camouflage. And if you get into a direct gunfight, like inside of a bunker, you can't camouflage. You have to have medical. And it hurts my head, man. Like, the best thing would be advanced camouflage and then max or medium medical, probably would be like the best of two worlds. But then you have to give up something else. But basically, I've decided to not care so much about having 4 strength early. But what that hurts me with is that if we don't have strength, crap. If I don't have high strength early, I can't level the thievery skill fast. Because it takes a ridiculously long time to crowbar lockers open if you don't have thievery skill and strength. So that's like, and then I think like the max time that you can get, like the highest rate that you can get with strength is like 0.3, like 0.35 or something, you know? And that's per day, which a day in Scum is like 8 or 12 hours or something. So you're looking at like 36 hours or something like that just to get 1 extra point of strength. If they redo the skill system, they should let us go to 0 in a skill. That's what I would ask. 0 dexterity. Let me just slowly level that up. Like right here, I just want 0.5. Do you give me 0.5 so I can get basic demolition? Everything else I don't care about. Just basic medical, but it's just not worth it. Yeah, I mean, I don't, like, the kill boxes I think are probably fine, but I don't care about doing the whole kill box. At least until I get advanced lockpicking. But that's the thing that I always had problems with my allies in the past, was I would be like, hey, we got a kill box key, let's go do the kill box. And they would trade the kill box key off, let another clan go and do the kill box, and then they would give us a couple of the weapons out of there. Which I guess is fine, but you can't level up your thievery skill if you don't have thievery, because everyone in the game will find somebody who has advanced thievery to get them to do everything for you. And it's just annoying. But I also think that camouflage, like tourniquets, replace medical. Like, and they're like 2,000 or something at the trader. I don't remember. They're somewhat expensive, but like the off chance that you get clipped early, like if you can buy a tourniquet, you're golden, you know? You can just tourniquet it up, you're good, unless you get hit again. But I don't know, man. Like here, I can drop endurance if I want to, but I don't particularly want to. just a hard call. It's because camouflage is basically useless when you're moving around. That's literally it. If you're moving around, you get shot, you're dead. If you're sitting in one spot and just waiting, you're good. What's the amount, because it's like 5 rags with no medical and like 3 rags or something with basic and then like 2 rags with medium, I think, for like a C2 or something. And then it's 1 rag with advanced, I think. Yeah. What's your, do you play on PvP servers? What's your take on medical for PvP? Like, when you get into a PvP fight, how often does it actually help you, you know? How often do you use the medical? That's... Because, like, for me, 99% of the time, I'm healing, like, C2s. Like, C2 bleeds. It's, like, the main thing that I fix most of the time. And then, the off chance that I fight somebody in PvP, I either win or I lose. Like, that's about the only gist. Yeah. I mean, I've had some really good calls with medical in the past, but I've always had, it's always been when I had like 5 constitution and advanced medical. Like these PvP players that are taking 1 constitution and medical, I just don't see how that works out very well. Because in the past, I've gotten shot by something like 2 or 3 times. I got pinned down in a building, and I had like 10% HP left, laid down in a bush, patched myself up with my like rags, just cut my clothes up, patched up with rags, and then by the time the person pushed the area where I was at, I was full health again. But that's because like your healing power from constitution, like medical's giving you stabilization rate, and then constitution is giving you your healing, which is like, I don't know. I don't really want to do a 5 intelligence character, though. But we definitely could. Just drop. Because I'm kind of on the fence with running speed right now, to be honest. Like, I know running's really good, but I think I kind of prefer endurance, almost. Even though endurance is easier to level. It levels up like 3 times faster than running. Something like this would be crazy right here. Just boom. Crazy amount of value in these two skills together. Camouflage and medical together, and yeah, like what is this? You're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you're like probably like 40% of the way. So you probably got like 600,000 points left. $12, 12.5 hours. That's good value, but like as soon as they put intelligence leveling in the game, why would I have 5 intelligence anymore? Because that's the toss-up with running skill too, is like, so if you don't have running skill, you get tired faster, and you don't run as fast, so it means if you get in combat, you can't flank people very fast, and you can't chase people, and they can chase you down. But there's hardly any times that I can remember that that's happened to me. Like, ever. Like, I've had max running. Like, usually what happens is you're, like, going, and then there's, like, a horde of people, and you're stuck behind a tree. You know? But it also helps you dodge bullets, so it's just... But endurance helps you reduce the amount of food and water consumption you have. It's just, in general, better. And, like, if your endurance regeneration rate is really high, you can jog for a very long period of time. So, I mean... It's just, I don't know. I don't want to lower my brawling. Like, I'd prefer to keep this 3 brawling if I could. Because I don't want to level it. I just don't. I don't know, man. Just camouflage, man. I feel like there's so much that you can do with camouflage. It feels like it's my skill. Like, that's what I would want. Well, that's the problem with the game, though, is that if you try it and then it sucks, you can't really swap. And my thing is that even if I bring camo, I'm probably not going to get to try it anyway. Like, I've played on PvP servers and stuff before. My play style is so much different than everybody else's that I hardly ever run into anyone. And that's part of the issue, too. Because I don't care about guns that much. Survival, like, I can level survival and awareness if I really have to, but it's gonna suck. Definitely gonna suck. What's up, donkey ball? I mean, I really don't need this much endurance if I'm going to be completely honest, but I kind of want it. Let's try 3.5. I don't know what OFV means, but I'm basically primal, I guess is how you would explain it. Probably. I'm not opposed to guns, but I like my servers to be based around hunting. I like melee combat, bow and arrows. I like booby traps, things that make people think, you know. I use guns when I need to, I guess, is the most part, but I prefer the improvised guns over most things. Let's do... I don't get enough points. See what we can do with 4. We can go medium, basic, get an extra deal of points there, go 4 into intelligence. Camo, medical. It's almost a waste though, because that's 50%. I guess the main plan is like... I have no interest in 1335, sir. Here's the main deal, okay? I don't need thievery because I don't care about stealing stuff all too much. I would like to have medium thievery so that I can do the kill boxes and the... I mean, basically just the kill boxes. That's the only thing I really need the medium thievery for. And it also decreases the time that it takes me to crowbar lockers open. But to do that, I need a very high strength level. The higher your strength gets, the faster you can crowbar stuff, the better it is. But I really like having high strength. But if I play on the servers that I have, like if I make my server again, I'm having a very difficult time finding food with the changes. So I kind of need awareness, and I kind of need like medium awareness really bad. But then also medical is a really strong early game skill. But then also camouflage can be a very strong early game skill. But if I'm not worried about either of those, then I could just go 1.5 intelligence and drop that into strength and take medium medical. But that's only if they put intelligence scaling into the game. So until they put intelligence scaling in the game, I'm stuck with 3. Or I just go 1.5. Because like my base standard build in the past was like this. Something like that. But see, after brawling, I don't really, like, I'll put it in melee, but I don't care about any of these stats very much. Like, melee will save me the most time. But it's not a big deal. And then here, like, you do that, demolition thievery, and then I would have medium medical probably. But then it's 66 hours to level camouflage up to advanced. And the whole time you're doing that, you're not playing the game. And then the whole time that you're trying to use it, you can't trust it. And then by the time you get camouflage up to advanced, if somebody has had awareness the whole time for 60-something hours and they've been farming it or something, you still can't trust your camouflage because awareness is higher than yours. And on top of that, I'm going to have to farm survival and awareness at the very start of the game, which sucks. Which means I'm probably going to starve to death because I can't find animals early. Well, I could find crops. I could eat crops, sort of. But trying to earn money would be an issue. And then you start trying to min-max the stuff, so you go like 4.5, 4.5, go to medium, and then you could slot like an additional 2. I min-maxed this build the other day, perfectly fine. Like, I have a sort of min-max version of stuff, but it requires intelligence to have scaling, and it's not in the game yet. It's like here you can go like awareness and medical, which is better. I mean, you can at least somewhat hunt with awareness at basic. But you're still looking at 60-something hours here for camouflage. But you still got to level stealth at some point. It's going to take like 7 hours to get to medium. So then when you level stealth, you can level camouflage. So it's just... Well, I mean, you're saying what they're going to do earlier. Are you talking about programming and electronics, or what are they saying? I figure hacking, like this programming, electronic, and hacking thing's probably coming with the bunkers. But, yes, but you also see on there, if you go to previous posts, they say that on the front door of that, if you can't do the hacking, there's a lever on the side. You can open it with strength, but it's loud, and it can wake up the things inside the bunker, which tells me that in this bunker, stealth and stuff could be very important. But then if you look at the pictures of the abandoned bunkers, there's a lot more grass and shrubbery and everything else all around it, which tells me that if you have camouflage, you could sit out there in the middle of that and just wait for people to try and go into that bunker or come out of it and shoot them in the face. Probably. So it's just... I don't know. And medium camo doesn't take that long to level. It's the advanced camo that matters. Because medium camo, you can get like... You get a base rate over the whole thing. So 0 to medium wouldn't take you very long. You can get it done in a day. But when you go from medium to advanced, that's where it's going to take you a long time. And then advanced to advanced plus is going to take you forever. Yeah. Well, the thing is like, the skills that take the longest to level, in general, I think are like running, endurance, brawling, probably thievery, stealth, camouflage. The programming and electronics, though, I don't know if you necessarily need it to do the bunkers, though, because some of those doors had codes and stuff on it. And then from what we saw, there's bedrooms in the bunkers, and they say that there's key cards and like puzzle pieces in those living quarters that you find. So you might not need the stuff to go in there. And also, there's those solar panel things. The pictures with the solar panels, so you can take the solar panels off and it'll shut down the locks and the defenses of the bunker, I think, as well, if I recall correctly. But I don't know. I very rarely have to use medical that often, but when I do, it does save me in general. I mean, I would assume the stats would be wiped. You have to start over for new people to come in. They've wiped stats before, so I mean, it's not that big of a deal. That's part of the reason I'm really iffy on leveling skills again, because I've already leveled, like I've maxed skills from 0 to advanced multiple times in the past, and I've completely burnt out on it for the most part. So I'm very, very iffy. I mean, if the game fully comes out, I would probably want gold, fame, and everything wiped. Everyone starts with a clean slate. Experienced players are going to have knowledge over the game. New players, not so much. I want demolition. You don't need basic engineering to build explosive arrows, right? That's all I'm really looking for. Explosive arrows do so much damage. Uh, 1.5 an inch is medium. But if they add intelligence leveling to the game, which it kind of seems like when they're talking about intelligence reworks and stuff, that's kind of what I'm thinking is happening. As soon as intelligence can level in the game, it's not going to be a big deal. So like you do 1.5. Go medical. Like if you're gonna do a strength build early and you don't care about camouflage at all, this is exactly what I would do. Is just 1.5 intelligence, probably 4.5, 4.5, probably 1.5 here, or you can go into strength if you want more melee or something. But it's like you can get that pretty much all the way up. You can get all this stuff going. It said basic engineering, or does basic demolition? I'm thinking it was just basic demolition, but I haven't really crafted them in a while. Because right now, engineering is a pain to level up right now for me too, because you have to have a flag in order to build base components, and I don't know if the XP rate of any of the items have changed. So I'm stuck with the box until I can get a flag down, and that takes too much time. So it's kind of annoying. Yeah, I'm assuming it's just basic demolition because it's just an explosive on a stick, but I mean, it's a very deadly explosive on a stick. But right now, like, if you can't build a base flag, you can't level the demolition, or I don't even know if you can level demolition with those wooden stake traps anymore, because you can build them at the first of the game, but they don't work. Like, they don't level it up at all. So I'm assuming if demolition works on anything, it's probably the little nail traps, and you can't do those without a base flag, which is a pain. I really want to try camouflage out though, like that's what's making this hard. I don't care about, like, I really want 5 strength just to save me time, because it's going to take, it takes like 36 hours or something to get 1 point in strength, right? Like it's something crazy like that. I don't know how long the days are in Scum anymore. I'm assuming 12 hours. So you're looking at 1.3 points in 12 hours. 3 days of like 12 hours of play, 3 days, getting 1 point. It's gonna take me like 2 or 3 weeks, and that's with constant strength farming. I would have to do that before I could get my strength up to 4.5 or 5, and then start crowbarring stuff. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming it's basic demo. If you've never used the explosive arrows, though, they are super strong. So, you stick somebody with an explosive arrow and it blows up and it does like 90% of their health. And now that all these people are starting to use 1 constitution when they start the game, and they're going advanced medical, it'll literally take 1 hit and they die. But, the Rat-a-tat. If you've never used the Rat-a-tat, you build that for a base defense, you load it up with explosive bolts. Oh yeah. It's good. It's real good. But no, I would say, because, like, strength-wise, if this is the only thing I have to worry about is passively leveling my strength over time, I can probably live with 3 strength. But I don't want to level brawling again. Melee weapons, if we do it, it's going to take us, I don't know, like an hour or 2 to get to medium, maybe, if we do it right. Which I can do. It'd be annoying, but I can do it. When you say that, are you talking about servers with the little PvP red square thing? Don't care about this. I almost don't care about thievery, honestly, but we need it because it speeds up the crowbarring times. Basic medical. Basic awareness. I just know this camouflage. Like 90% of the time, it isn't going to help me. It's only going to help me when I, like, ambush people. Yeah, I mean, that's alright. I don't particularly like those kind of servers, but it's okay. How do I do camouflage with no stealth, though? That's the problem. 7 hours to get to base... Well, hold on. I want to lower my numbers. 30 hours. Potentially 30 hours for basic stealth. That's just... at the bare lowest end of it. That would suck. Three hours almost for basic. I'm gonna put all this thought into it, and I think they're gonna change the XP or something on the skills, and I'm gonna be upset about it. Just stealth and thievery and medical and camo have like some of the same issues. Stealth's just not that practical versus players. It's not really that helpful with NPCs either, I guess, but it's better than nothing half the time. If I go off new numbers, it would be 30 hours to get to medium with stealth, which would be a while. Experience numbers that I vaguely remember when I tested them before I left the game, along with time. I don't fully remember stealth, but I remember for the most part, like, stealth goes up by like 1, and then it goes up by like 2 as you go up. Like, it goes by 1, and then 2, and then by 3. So it does get faster as you level, but it's not that fast, if I'm remembering correctly. Like, even if it goes up by 2 by the time you get to basic, that's still 13 hours. Yeah. Yeah. The main thing is, like, what would I get more benefit out of? Because 99% of the time, you're probably not gonna... It's kind of hard, because, like, if you're in a close-up fight in a building or a bunker or a city, medical's probably gonna be better, because as soon as you get clipped, you're gonna have to fix it, or you're gonna bleed out. But 0 to medium medical, if you have the supplies for it, is only going to take you like 6 or 7 hours. But you don't know how long it's going to take you to gather the supplies to get the medium medical. But then after you go to medium to advanced, it's going to take you like 20 hours. Plus however long it takes you to get the supplies. And so, in that regard, camouflage is potentially better, because you can go from 0 to base, or 0 to medium camouflage in probably like 7 hours. But if they have more awareness than you, then it's useless. And although if you get shot with medical, you probably can heal it, if you get shot with camo and you're able to run away and lay down, if you have 3 seconds, I think it is, you can go invisible. And then they'll just walk right into you and you can shoot them in the face. And then you can heal yourself afterwards. But if you get clipped by like a mech, then you're going to get like a level 4 bleed. You're going to need a bunch of rags, which sucks. But if you have a tourniquet, you're going to be able to heal that up no problem. You know, so there's these trade-offs that are just kind of hard to quantify. Because, like, medium to, like, advanced camo is, like, 55 hours. Compared to, like, 20 hours for advanced medical. And then it's even longer for Advanced Plus, Advanced Plus camo than it is Advanced Plus Medical. So it's just... Overall, I think Camouflage has the best stuff. Because, like, say this, for instance. Like, I could build me a base, right? I could go build me a basic base, put a lock on the front door. Or I could put a basic base, open the front door, put a lock on a secondary door, and just wait on the ground and watch somebody try to go in there and lockpick that door and lock them in. Just shut the door on them, and then go in there and kill them and take their stuff. Or I could set outside of a bunker that I know people go loot and just wait for someone to come out and kill them and take their stuff. In that case, and then like my base defense, I could be sitting outside of my base just invisible and then see people go up to my... Or like if you're AFK, if you're on a server and you're AFK in the middle of a field and you got to go do something, it's less likely someone's going to run across you and shoot you. You know, they're going to have like a 1 in a million chance of finding you. But if you're in a corridor and you trade shots with somebody and you get hit, you're probably gonna suck without medical, you know. But it's definitely a toss-up. And the stealth, so like right here, this is 60,000 points, I believe. So if we do 60,000 points and say we get 1 XP per second, you know, maybe. That's like the base. That's 16 to 17, it's like 16 and a half hours worth of like XP points into this. And then, say if you stay at 1 XP per second or whatever for the rest of it, you're going to need another 50,000. So that's another 13 hours to get to medium. 13 to 14 hours to get to medium. And that's reasonable because, I mean, at this level of stealth, at least you can actively use the skill, sort of, in-game, and have some benefit without it, like... being completely stupid to just crouch walk somewhere. But even then, like, people are probably going to hear you if they're players. It's more like for puppets, and even then, like, they're probably still going to hear you. I don't... and then, but like, if you do thievery, so if we did the same amount of points in thievery, so it would be 60,000 points. Thievery has a flat rate, just like Camouflage does, where it doesn't really increase, as far as I know. Unless the kill box does. So you're getting like 50 experience per. So you're looking at 1,200 lockers. And then with lockers, it's hard because the more thievery that you have and the more strength that you have, the faster you can crowbar it. So it's a toss-up because with like 4.5 strength and some thievery, I think it's like a minute or something that it takes to crowbar a locker. But if you don't have it, it's something like 3 minutes. And that's the problem there, because it's like, if this is how many lockers it is and you do 3 minutes, so like 180 seconds, and then we start dividing that down into minutes and hours, it's 60 hours worth of stats to go here if you're using it. But it's also saving you time on your crowbarring. But if you wait until your strength is like 4.5 to 5 and then start crowbarring stuff, it'll cut this time down a lot, and you'll have like 1,200 times like flat out 60, and then you'd end up dividing, and it's like 20 hours of stats. But it takes so long to level strength. That's the problem. And if you're not... Like, if you're going to focus on leveling strength and not lockpicking anything at all, I think the highest I've seen for strength leveling is like 0.35, 0.35 for strength, and it's per day. And I think a scum day is 12 hours, if I'm thinking correctly. So you're looking at like 12 hours per 0.3. Let's just say 0.3. So it's 36. I'm just going to round it out to 40 hours for 1 point in strength. And you can have up to 8 strength. Like, it's going to be 80 hours to get to 5. And that's passive farming. Which means you can't level camouflage, you can't level stealth while you're doing it, you're just going to be leveling strength. You could potentially level conditioning and dexterity and your stamina. Yeah. But it's difficult to keep it that high. Like, the best way I found in the past for strength was just a backpack with a log and a stick, sledgehammers on your back, wheelbarrow full of logs, and then you put a player in the wheelbarrow full of crap, and then that's the best way I could find, but it's still hard. What were you saying, Israel? About scaling leveling XP? If you're talking about like min-maxing stuff, the best thing I could, like, we did that before with a build, so basically like right here I'm brawling. The idea in my head was basically the amount of time it takes you to go from 0 to medium, you would take that away from advanced. So if you drop it down to like here, yeah. So brawling is in the same boat. And my min-max build that I posted online, and before I got into talking about camouflage, I probably just need to go back and look at what I did there because I forgot. So brawling, I don't remember the exact XP levels, but like 0 to basic was like 3. Basic to medium was like 7. And I think they upped it a little bit because I was getting 8 today, which was weird. And then from medium to advanced was like, I don't know, like 13 or 19 or something. But basically, it took like 6 or 7 hours to go from 0 to medium. And then brawling is the most painful thing to level up out of all these skills. The easiest way to level it up without having to manually correct things all the time is to punch an archery target, but then you're getting reduced XP for it the whole time, and it takes you way longer to level it. But if I reduce this down to here, it's an equivalent amount of time almost to go from 0 to medium than to go from here to advanced. So it'd take me like 6 or 7 hours to get here because I'm getting like 3 times the XP per hit, which wouldn't be bad. That's acceptable. But then that means that for me to min-max the stat, I would have to drop this below 3. And then it's going to take me 12 hours to get 0.3 of a stat point in strength. So like attribute-wise, or like skill-wise, it's more efficient. Attribute-wise, strength is a pain, and like I need more stuff into strength to get it going. And then I can't level thievery without my strength up because it's also a pain. But what I had before was, I think our build was, I think it was 3.8, 3.8, 1.4, and then we had, I believe, like 2.4 or 2.5, and then you have 0.5 optional. This was like the min-max XP build that I was looking at the other day and I built. So basically, I could put this 0.5 up here and get very close to 0.4 or 4.5, like an acceptable level. 20 hours or so to get to 4.5, reasonable. That mixed with thievery down here would allow you to max it out quicker. But since right now we can't level intelligence, you have to keep this down at like 3.8, keep this at 3. But then, when you go to Thievery, you're still going to have to level this up a little bit. This is 10,000 points to Medium, with the same leveling XP that you would get from 0 to Basic, but you're going to be able to pick the lockers faster. So, instead of getting an XP bonus, you're getting a time reduction based on how much skill that you have in Thievery and how much strength that you have. So, ideally, I would have like 4.3 strength plus medium thievery, and it would make my lock pickings or my lock crowbarrings a lot faster, which lets me level this skill up faster. But I can't do that right now because we don't have intelligence leveling. So this is going to take still a decent bit of time. And that also means that I don't have access to demo early, so I can't do that unless I get rid of this and like dump it into demo, which I'm thinking about doing in general, but then it have this big increase of XP that it requires, because this is like, I don't know, like 40%. So we need like, instead of needing 10,000 points, we're going to be like crowbarring slower, and we're going to have an additional like 400,000, or not 400,000. You have like an additional like 50,000 points probably on there. So you're going to have like 60,000 points. I don't know what the crowbar lockering time is. So like if we do like 3 minutes, that's 60 hours to get that up to medium from where it's at, sort of. And then if it's a minute, it's like 20 hours. Demolition, I don't know if you can still level it the same way. Does anyone know how much XP you get for crafting blasting caps? I don't remember how to do the God mode cheat codes for single player, so I can't test it. Like, the two things that I really need to know is, so, how much XP do you get for crafting blasting caps, and does it well, I don't really care if it increases, I guess. I just need basic demolition. So, how much XP do you get for crafting blasting caps, and then can you still level up demolition crafting, like the nail traps or whatever for your base after you place a flag down? That's probably the top two I could think of. I mean, the improvised mine I could craft, I guess, but I don't know how much that would be either. Looking at 2. $20,000. It's only 2 or 3 hours to level that running up right here to medium, which will put me back to where I was a second ago, but I'll also be losing my endurance pool here. I think I tried that before. Alright. It's just because, like, I tried to min-max this stuff. So my min-max build before we did this on running is how we did this. But I know endurance can level faster than running on foot, but if you have a bicycle, running can level really fast on a bicycle. But also, if you're using melee like brawling and melee, having more endurance helps you fight them off with your hands a lot easier. So that's the big toss up here. But then also, if you drop this down and you move your endurance up, you lose your stamina efficiency for running, but you get more food efficiency, which on a low loot server like I usually play on, it's better to have food efficiency because you're going to starve to death, and it costs you a lot of money. Spawn Santa. You okay, pup? Come here. You cold? Ooh. Mean old air conditioner. Yeah, I'm looking at the I mean, they have spawn item, the set fame point, spawn character, spawn bear. The only thing I didn't see is the God mode one, but yeah. You happy now? Hmm? Okay. See, my issue with this right here, so it only take a couple of hours to get running from this to medium, which I think is acceptable. I'm not sure how long it would take me to get my endurance up from here to advanced, which is what I had on my build that I had previous. But on the other hand, if you do the other way here, it would take you a little bit to get to medium endurance, which is good. If you don't care about melee combat, this is fine. But this level of running is 13% movement speed. It's like 7,000 points or something underneath 14% movement speed. So if you start with 15% movement speed with running fully maxed out, you're going to have 30% stamina efficiency, but you'll have 15% movement speed. And then as far as I recall, it takes like 1,000,000 points to go from 15% movement speed to like an additional 1% movement speed bonus for running. So you can drop it down to like 2 points under something and go to 14% movement speed, and then you will be slightly slower than somebody that has 15% movement speed, and then within like a few hours you'd have 15% movement speed, and then you'd be on par with each other until they hit like the 1 million mark. That's how this min-max thing started for me. But this mark right here is 13% movement speed. So within 3 hours or so of running, you'd be able to hit and do 14% movement speed. Then you're going to be like an additional 10,000 points below. So, but you're going to be at 14% movement speed underneath their 15% movement speed until, you know, whenever. And I'm acceptable. I accept that as like okay in general. Endurance-wise, probably should do this. Well, someone typed the God mode one into chat, so I'm just kind of looking. But my endurance, the food endurance is the big one for here. 4 point gives us this and dexterity. We need demolition. If I go camouflage instead of medical, I guess. My thing right now is that I don't know if I care about having my strength high anymore or not. It's going to take a lot of time to level strength. I forgot what we just said. It was like 40 hours for like one skill point, which is like almost the amount of time that would take you to level camouflage or anything else. But if I already have thievery to this level here, I don't necessarily care as much, I don't think, because I can lockpick things with my bobby pins. And I don't care so much about melee weapons. Because, like, the big thing with melee weapons compared to brawling is they both have the same XP level rates, but melee weapons, although you have to repair your weapon after a while, you can hit multiple puppets with it and get double, triple the XP every hit, which can basically cut down your leveling time drastically if you get to pull it off right. And then the other thing with it is like melee weapons are like a lot more situational than other things. Like if you have a spear and somebody has an axe, you could potentially hold them off with it. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. Let's see what happens if I do this real quick. Let's try to min-max the skills themselves instead of the... I think we're here, so we got one more point. So 2.5. Brawling goes here. We'll be slightly worse with brawling early game. That's okay. Our strength will be kind of crappy early game. That's okay. Endurance. Speed and endurance I don't really know about here. If we do this, we have 1.3 points. We could almost get medium medical. I think this is like a little bit over 100,000 points if I'm recalling correctly. I think 3 points out of advanced is 80%. So that's probably like 17% or something, I would think. So let's say like 170,000 XP. Nine, 10 hours. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. We could do that. Okay, we're on to something here. We are on to something, pup. Okay, so this one we're not going to have as much endurance. But that's okay because our brawling skill needs to level up anyway, so we don't need to, like, use it. We need to wait on... God, this is what sucks about this, too, is that with our strength being that low, we can't automatically use the most powerful bows. And I really like using the powerful bows. As well as, we're going to hit, like, a limp noodle. And on top of that, it's going to take us forever. It's going to take us 12 hours to get near 3 strength. It's actually going to be like 15 hours to get to like 3 strength. Which is acceptable for 3. But then you're still looking at 40 hours for an additional point after that, which is just annoying. I don't know. We can try this, though. We can try it. So, camouflage, we're looking at like 10 hours to level, but we could potentially use this early. Medium medical is going to be just enough to help us out early game. It's not going to be good as advanced, but it's going to be pretty good. Thievery, we need 10,000 points to get to medium, which will be fine. The lower strength sucks, but it also will reduce our calorie consumption, which might help offset the lower endurance, but we also have a little bit higher constitution, so that might help it as well. God, it hurts my head, pup. Be my stress reliever. Give me affection. I know you're grumpy. You're grumpy because you've been inside and you wanted to go outside. And I know, but it's dark outside. And I could have took you out earlier, but I was asleep. And Grandpa didn't want to take you out. Okay? Because you run around the yard. And I'm sorry that all your treats went bad. Okay? We are on the verge of greatness, my comrades. The only thing I hate about this right now is that I have to manually level up survival and awareness, which sucks. So hard. But if I got rid of medical, I wouldn't have to. Actually, hold up. If I got rid of my endurance... 22 hours to get back to where I'm at here. But it's 22 hours of active in-game play with weight. So it's more reasonable. We're going to make a min-max 5 intelligence build, aren't we? Two 2.5, 1.4, 4.3. Did we just make the perfect min-max build? Like for meta PvP people, rifles. I don't see anything wrong with this, besides the fact that I have to level stealth and strength. Oh, don't fall, pup. Don't fall, okay? Still have to level survival, but that's gonna be fine. I can level survival passively. I don't have to worry about basic awareness now. Conversely, I could go basic engineering. How fast is it to level engineering these days? Like after you get your flag built, is it the same as it was before? Nothing's changed, right? It sort of comes quick. I can level basic awareness fairly easily. I just hate doing it. Well, it only goes up if you start base building. The only thing, like, there's nothing that I build that increases engineering. Unless I base build. So, the thing with the awareness leveling, so here's the deal. If I remake my server and replay on it with this character, I need access to animals. No, I'll build a base, but I'm saying, like, if the XP leveling is the same, and you build a flag and you build a base, before you could get, like, basic engineering and medium engineering in, like, 30 seconds. Like, it's really quick. So, if it's still the same, I don't really bother with engineering, because all it's going to give me access to early is going to be like the improvised shotgun and the improvised pistol, which I like, but I won't be able to craft the ammo. I have to buy it. And you can't buy the ammo until you have like 150 fame or 180 fame or something, I think. Yeah, you need medium. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can only get basic here. So I can craft the gun, but I wouldn't be. I would have to buy the ammo from the trader, and to buy the ammo from the trader, you would have to get reputation, and to get reputation, you'd need some form. Like the fastest thing I found is just picking crops, which is just kind of annoying. But the thing with the awareness stat is if engineering's still easy to level after you place a flag, I can survive without an improvised gun for a while. Finding the components on my server is hard enough, because you have to find the duct tape and the pipe and all that stuff is kind of a pain to find in general. But awareness, the thing with my server in general is, before they did the Hunter update, basically you would land, level up your survival, hunt an animal down, then you would have to kill it, eat it, and then bring what you could to the trader, sell it, try to buy thread. And then you'd have to go out and find another animal, kill that animal, use the thread to build a backpack, and then put the animal in the backpack and carry it to the trader to get more money. And then that's how you fueled everything in the servers. You had to hunt. But now with the hunting minigame, it's way harder to hunt. I can't just land and hunt an animal. And I could level awareness. If I had a group of people, you could level awareness really quickly, 2,000 apiece. just leveling. But I have to cut down the trees and everything before I can do all that now. And it's just I don't know how it I don't know if I'll starve to death is the thing. Like if I die once it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But my server, if I rebuild it, it's going to have a permadeath limit. So like right now the idea is that each death is going to cost you 2,000. Where are you hunting the dogs at? Because I haven't seen anything that hasn't spawned without hunting tracks so far. It'd have to be a wolf, yeah, but as far as I know, they all spawn in by hunting tracks now. They spawn by only sound? Well, I've only ran into a bear once, and it was when I tracked it. That's the only time I've ran into a bear. Better stay out of trouble, pup. Hey, come here. I know what you're trying to do. And I'll be back in a minute. So the thing is, like, the animals used to spawn in certain areas, and I knew where they spawned, but I don't know if the new tracking system's random, or if those areas still spawn more animals than everywhere else, or something along those lines. So I need to figure out the food issue. I can level awareness up. It'd be easier if you had a group of players to level awareness up early in the beginning of the game. But if I have to start with basic, I can. If I don't, then I would probably do like basic engineering, or I'd reslot these points into probably conditioning. I'll be back in a minute. Taking the dog outside. house falls apart when you don't stay over here. I thought the abandoned bunkers were replacing some of the bunkers. That's what I heard anyway. I figure if they replace any of the bunkers, it's probably going to be the ones that are in the middle of nowhere. Actually, hold on. I just remembered there's a website for something like that. I mean, new POIs doesn't necessarily mean they're not replacing POIs, but maybe not. I would say, I don't know about the ones that you just loot, but these ones with the solar panels, I think would be in isolated areas. Probably a little bit away from things, if I was to bet. If they wanted to stick like one of those somewhere, they should stick it right here on the edge of this cliff where this road ends. That would be a good one. And then they have that road up north that ends next to the wall, wherever it is. This one. There's a road that ends right here. That'd be a cool little spot, but it's kind of close to the airfield. I figure if they, I mean, you'd probably stick something... I don't know, probably like in here, maybe. If they're not replacing bunkers, I would say you probably want one middle map, kind of in the middle of the jungle, nowhere, like there's nothing over here really. You could potentially stick one in the mountains over here if you wanted to. Up here in the snow biome would be a good one. This big empty section here. You'd probably want one down here in the south. It's probably like right here in the middle somewhere. Or like on an island maybe, over here. Watermelons. I don't know. I used to know where animals spawned a lot of. Like, down here in the C1 town, there was a bunch of wolves that would spawn all over here. And a bear. But they don't seem to be spawning like that anymore, as far as I can tell. Okay. But is leveling engineering the same as it was, or no? If I level intelligence... If I'm leveling awareness myself, I can go 4.5 intelligence. And he gets 0.5 points that I can stick in something else. And it'd probably be Constitution if I was going to pick. So you go 3 Constitution. This would go here. Basic Endurance. What's y'all's thoughts on this? You get one pretty strong combat stat. You got slightly lower strength, which sucks. But slightly less energy consumption. You're going to be 3 con. No stamina penalty. You're going to have basic demolition and medium thievery. Advanced camo and medium medical. And 13% going on 14% movement speed. So it'd be like 1% slower. Kind of sucks because I'm becoming a really big fan of like high endurance. Because y'all saw earlier, I was boxing. My endurance regeneration was crazy. Like imagine if I had coffee with that. It'd be ridiculous. I'm talking about an overall general build. Like an overall general play the build, PvP, PvE, all that stuff thing. You're 1% slower than someone that does a normal 3-con build, but you're going to have 10, you're going to be having none of that negative 10 penalty from endurance. You're going to be able to sneak up and set up ambushes for people that have advanced medical and kill them. But you're also going to be able to heal yourself respectively. You're going to be able to get demolition early for pipe bombs and explosive arrows. You're going to be able to lockpick basic picks and stuff pretty easily. Two, 3, 2, 5. With the live bunkers versus bunkers versus abandoned bunkers, we will be able to see which ones are live versus abandoned. No, you will have to check them. We have a list, though, that can be shared. Other bunkers will stay the same until we add company personnel there. I'm very confused about this tweet because I don't fully understand. I guess live bunkers are the ones that are in the game now, and they're going to be replacing those with NPCs in the future that are going to be harder to enter than the ones that we're doing right now. But they're talking about, no, you will have to check them, but they have a list that can be shared. So I don't fully understand the language here. I guess he's talking about on the map. Can you see if they're alive or abandoned? And they're saying no, you have to check them physically in the game. But they have a list that can be shared online potentially. And then other bunkers will stay the same that are on the list, maybe. Yeah, but the NPCs are going to be a while from now. As far as I know. So these are going to be more rare. They're going to be like a few of them, but not a whole lot, is what I'm gathering. It's going to be more like the military bases, probably. If they're doing them like the military bases, I'm gonna say they probably stick one of these like D1, D0. They probably stick one like that's maybe B1, B2 area. Maybe, and then they probably stick one on the southern island, so either Z4 or Z1 probably. Yeah. But I think they'll space them out because this is the same thing that I guessed when they were talking about the nuclear power plant, because I was like, they already have the dam in C2, and then they have the windmills down in the Z's, so the east side needed a power source, which would have been the power plant. So I'm assuming they're going to do something similar. Unless they put one like south of the city or something, but I feel like it's too close to the big areas. Like, you could put some near, but there's just too much. They need more towards the center of the map, and they need more in D0 because there's nothing up there. Yeah. My guess is going to be 3, but I don't know where they would stick a 4th one if they did it. I mean, they could separate. If they're not replacing an existing bunker with them, though, that's where it gets hard, because you're going to have 2 bunkers in a zone. So you need zones that don't have bunkers, or zones that... So, like, B2 doesn't have a... Or, yeah, it does. It has a small bunker. B1... I don't think has a bunker. Oh, it's down here in the corner. Okay. It's hard because they have the bunkers like pretty evenly spaced out, but I'm seeing like an open area around here, Z1, Z2 area, potentially down here in the south area maybe, or potentially over here on these islands, potentially, because they have these they already have these like war bunkers here. Another cool spot would be cool if they had it on here at the end of this road, but it's pretty close to this bunker. And then there's a road ending up here on the top of the map. That would be cool, but it's too close to these two. So I'm guessing probably in here, probably south. I would say like somewhere in here in the trees maybe. And then Z1, Z2 south area maybe. Well, I don't know. The railway tracks are right there. So maybe like, no, because naval base is right here. I could almost see like maybe an island, but then how would they explore the map? 100 XP for blasting caps. It's only 100 caps. Well, I mean, part of me is like an island would be difficult to get to. It would make sense if they were abandoned, nobody goes there, there's nothing really on the island. But then the other part of me is like, they talked about the solar panels being deactivated, and when they get deactivated, the thing's security systems get out. I don't know if that means out into the whole map itself or just into the base. If they're only staying inside the base and getting released there, I could see it being on an island. But if they need to be on the mainland for them to get out into the wilderness, then it's probably going to be mainland. 100 blasting caps for demolition isn't too bad, though. I mean, it's better if you can just craft a blasting cap and make an explosive arrow out the beginning, but... Because you have these like gaps of space like right here. But like these two bunkers, like I think anywhere that the bunkers are like really close together, like these two, it's opening up this side of the map right here. But then there's this big thing. Like maybe they did this because the railway was here. But like this one and this one, they're separated, but then they have the motocross track in the middle of it. And these two are separated, but they have the naval base in the middle of it. These are separated, but they have the quarry. I could almost see them sticking one of those things right here somewhere near the quarry, though. But there's a decent bit going on. I really just think it's going to be right here somewhere. There's a big open space right here in B2 and B1. These two bunkers are close together. You got airport up top, and you got this bunker right here. But like right here in the middle somewhere, you could just stick a bunker here, and it would probably be fine. You got all this landmass here if you really wanted to, but I'm thinking B1, B2, D0, somewhere in D0. Because like here you have the coal mine, and then here you have D2, or you have the castle. D0 doesn't have crap there, so I put D0 like on this side probably. B1, B2 in the middle of the map, sort of, and then probably Z1. Maybe no, maybe not Z1. I don't know where on this bottom part. Maybe right here on this island right here. Just shove it right here on this island in the middle of nowhere. The very bottom of the map. Who knows? Extra big bunker down in the bottom. $50 XP, so that'd be 200 blasting caps. It would be kind of annoying to craft. I think I would prefer just to be able to craft a blasting cap and then stick it on an arrow and shoot it. So I think demolition early is just going to be fine. But actually, if we do that, then we're looking at, I think, 80,000 XP. Or, yeah, so we're looking at like 20,000. And if we're going by 50, it's 400 blasting caps. Or no, that's wrong. That'd be 2,000. And then we'd be going by 50. It'd be 40 blasting caps. Which isn't bad. That is good. You could definitely save a dex point there if you wanted. Put that into strength. Yeah. I think the potential of just crafting one explosive arrow early is just too good. Plus you can craft pipe bombs. Take a screenshot. Boxing, running, thievery, demolition, camouflage, medical. I mean, this is a Navy SEAL. It's a Navy SEAL, 100%. We're slim, we're mean. 100% a military man right there. That's like ex-Special Forces. He's coming in. Like, if I gave him rifle skill, yeah, but maybe he hasn't shot a gun in a while, okay? He's been in prison. He's been fighting people with his hands. You know? Gotta refresh the old memory. Leveling strength is gonna suck, though. But we also have to level awareness with this now. I think that's what we just did. So, like, you see those big patches of forest like that, you could easily stick a bunker in there. Yeah, it's just you don't want too many close together because then people could abuse it, basically. Like, you don't want too many big POIs next to each other. I don't think that we took any awareness, did we? No. Yeah, because we put basic... Yeah, we put basic endurance. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you can level awareness easy enough if you have people with you, but also I just feel kind of awkward not having 5 intelligence if we're gonna have this build. It's only a couple of hours to get basic endurance. I'm fairly sure you have to be prone for your camo to activate. It says hiding in foliage. If you're crouching a bush, I doubt it works, but maybe. But you can't shoot while you're prone with a bow, which is a problem. I mean, could potentially just level while you're on the ground and then activate while you're in a bush, maybe. But see, for awareness right now, like, you have to cut down. It takes you so long. Like, it takes you a few hours just to start playing the game. So the time that you would be leveling awareness is the time that you could be leveling endurance. Okay, one more adjustment. One more adjustment. We're just going to go 5 intelligence. Fuck it. 5 intelligence. It's happening. Okay. Final one. It's going to be a Navy SEAL. Or maybe Special Forces. Damn. Okay, so I already forgot what we just did. We had like 2.5, 2.5, and then we wanted 5. So this is 2, this is 5. Okay. And then we're gonna go about average on the penile length. We go slightly below average, maybe. Demolition, basic awareness. We still have to level survival though, but God damn it. What's the solution here? Yeah, I know how to level up the camo. My thing is how does it work in combat is my problem. I've never been able to test it in combat. I can't believe I already ran into another problem again. I remade the character just specifically to get awareness, and now I'm like, you know, I can just level the awareness. No big deal. I have to get, but then I have to get advanced, like, I have to get like mid-tier awareness. Like I need to get like another 50,000 points. And if I already have the stuff to level it, then it's just... See, because if we need 50,000 more points before this becomes like semi-good, you're gonna have to do... If you do 2,000 XP a go, it's only be 5 times. So it's like an additional, like 5. Or it'll be 5 times for basic, and then it will be however much for the other one. I already forgot. It's 5 times for 10,000, so you're gonna do another 5, so it'll be 25. You're looking at 30 times if you get to 10,000 XP per log. What the hell are we doing with this, man? Like, okay, so we got... I think the basic endurance is good, but like... Crafting a basic gun... Is leveling engineering as easy as it used to be after you get a base going? That's the thing, I guess. If all the points and stuff are the same, then it wouldn't take very long to get medium in engineering. But if you're not building a base yet, if you don't plan on building a base, there doesn't seem to be very many ways to level engineering fast. In this case, you could still build a gun, but you'd have to buy the ammunition. Or you'd have to find the ammunition. And you can only craft 2 guns, so I mean... Awareness, you'd have to cut everything up. It's gonna take you a couple of hours. That's what I was thinking right there. So if I level awareness, I'm gonna have to process all the trees to get the items on the ground. So you're gonna need like so we need 400 items on the ground near us. And then I think there's like 6 or 8 large sticks for each tree branch thing, maybe. So you're looking at 6. $22 trees. It takes something like 20 trees to level up survival. But since we don't have any survival skill, it's going to take us a couple of minutes to process each tree. Because survival skill is the one that saves the most time with intelligence, or with crafting all this crap. So, something like 22 trees. Maybe. Now, my thought process here was that we just had endurance, right? We just had basic endurance. And it's going to take us like 2 or 3 hours to level endurance up from 0 to basic in general. But it's going to take me probably a similar amount of time to level my awareness up. At which case, it'd probably just be better to have awareness right at the beginning of the game. But we're still going to need... I mean, we can hunt with basic awareness, but we just won't be able to use it very well. Okay, let's just level it. Let's just level it. Okay. Let's just level it. Okay. Alright. Just leveling it. This will be a good test anyway. So we need to level awareness, which we're probably going to do the log on, log off method, and then we have to do survival, which if I recall is going to take something like 20 trees, but we need about 20 trees to level our awareness faster anyway, because we need 400 items to get 2000 XP. And I think a little bit over 2000 XP is the max you can get per log on awareness. So, I mean, if you had 5 players, it'd only be like 4 trees apiece, and you'd be done in like 30 seconds. But with 1 player, we're going to have to cut down all 20, move all the crap, cut all the crap, process all the crap. Oh. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is if they change all the stats and stuff, I'm going to have to relearn everything. They said they were going to balance the XP or something, so I'm assuming they're going to either make it harder or easier. But this is just giving me a general guideline that I can kind of manipulate, you know? You want me to go to a cheesecake factory? Isn't the cheesecake factory like all the way in the middle of the land? Alright, I'll go check it out, but I'm not feeling very hopeful about my odds of finding food in this building. My plan was just to, like, farm awareness and starve to death and respawn, as basically my idea at the moment. Because awareness levels like half as fast or a third as fast as survival. But it's easier to manipulate. That's the only other thing about it. Probably should make a bow, but I guess I'll just make a spear, maybe? Just make a spear, yeah. Let's do a spear. Why not? Yeah, but the spawn rate, I don't remember what it is right now. That's why I'm not exactly optimistic about it. So we need to go north, you say? We're actually faster than our other character was. That's interesting. %5 usage, but we have protein. It's like running wise right now. We've lost 3% to our stamina consumption rate, but we've gained technically 10% recovery rate. So I'm not super upset about it. But I really like having high stamina with my melee because it feels really, really good. Especially if you have like melee weapons with high stamina. It's very solid. And also because it takes forever to level stamina as well. So what is the cheese fake? No. This is as close of a mock-up to my online server that I could make in a single-player server, except for you can't put in decimals and stuff on the server stats on here. So I got like 1 drop rate or something instead of 0.25 or 27. So slightly higher. I just have no idea where this Cheesecake Factory is that you're talking about, unless it's just a factory building that's in the north somewhere. Because I mean, that's the military base or something right there, because those are radar dishes. We're past the big city right now. I think. Because that's the wall. Is this where you thought we were? Yeah. I guess we could go die at the military base, or I can go run to the big city, I guess. But this is why I'm saying right now, like awareness, if I have any food that pops up, I would need to eat it, and I can't hunt it without the awareness that easily. That's the problem, is like your first landing, I'm going to have to spend, 3 hours trying to level up awareness before I can even try and like make a kill and go to the trader, which is very difficult. I guess I could lower my, I could go 5 intelligence and lower my camo down 2 points. Then I can spend 10 hours leveling camo to max. It wouldn't be too bad. And then I could bump up my awareness past basic towards the starting level that I want. That'd probably be something better to do, I guess. We'll go run this way, see what happens. If I can, I just test and see what the loot drop is, I guess. See what it's like at 1 instead of a decimal point. And then probably I will swap and change my awareness to like as high as I can get it. I'll probably drop camo down like 2 points. Maybe 3. If I can get awareness towards, I think like 50% to medium is where awareness, oh crap. Oh my freaking god. Oh my god, he's beating my ass. I should have just kept punching you. Okay. I don't need strength. I would love to have strength, though. Okay? My whole game plan with thievery relies on strength, okay? However, I think camo is more viable for PvP. I think high strength is more viable for me doing my own thing and not caring about camouflage. We got C2s. I mean, we're already in a bad shape. But just right there, we don't have very high endurance regeneration, so I can't rely on my boxing to save me. Otherwise, and also I don't have advanced boxing yet. So there is that as well. I'm close. But if you have like advanced boxing with really high endurance regeneration, you can punch like 2 or 3 puppets really easily right there. I think we just die here though. I don't think there's any way we stop that in time. I thought we had it there for a second when I was jumping over the top of the big one, or the small one that was fast. I was jumping over it. But, no, it's just, I knew that the spear was going to be too slow because it always is. Like, even if you have high strength, and high melee, like the spear is too slow to deal with like a fast puppet going around you because the attack is too slow. So I should have just stuck to my fist. But I don't know if I had enough endurance to deal with it. And I can't outrun the puppet because it's the small one's faster than me. I could have maybe ran off and had it follow me and then try to turn around on it, but tough call. So used to my server settings for multiplayer, the fame, like you didn't really have fame loss for random spawns, but you would have fame loss for like a party spawn. But now it's all money based. So I did like a $20,000 bottom out and then 2,000 per death. So you get 10 lives, but it's going to cost you a good bit to like get rid of the debt if you keep dying. I mean, early game, that's like a backpack, something vital. Should I go ahead and reset my awareness is the question, I guess. So drop the camo by enough to where basically advanced awareness would beat out my camo early. But I don't think people are taking advanced awareness anymore. They're taking advanced medical mostly. So it's probably an acceptable risk if you're going to play online with it. But if you're playing on a server like mine where you have to hunt and having high awareness is really good, I don't really know if people would do that or not. I could lower my medical, but decisions. Decisions. Yeah, I think I much prefer, like, in the grand scheme of things, I'd probably prefer just doing my high strength build and not having camouflage. As soon as they add in an intelligence leveling, I think I'll probably do that. It just seems the strongest in general, I think. Because it's like 1.5, I think it's 1.5, 4.5, 4.5. Because that saves me like 40 hours of strength leveling plus right here. I don't know. It's not the combat stats that are bothering me so much, though. It's just the amount of leveling that you have to do in strength to get it back to the where it needs to be is just ridiculous. I just don't know if I can make myself do it. I'll just have to get a bow early. I think, like, shooting-wise, like with guns and bows, I think this is probably going to be a lot stronger, but when it comes to just generally leveling all the skills up, I think it's going to be slower. Because the amount of time that you're going to have to put in just to get strength leveled up to 5 is already pretty big, and you're probably going to have to passively level it. And then you're going to need probably something like 4 hours to get to 0 to medium melee. And then since we don't have advanced brawling anymore, this whatever that is super annoying. Since we don't have advanced brawling right now too, we're gonna have to do another 6 hours of brawling to get brawling maxed out. The strength, like the strength leveling is the only thing I can really put on par with camo, because if you want to passively level something, you can only do strength or camo. But if you do strength, you can do strength and conditioning at the same time if you want. So you can do endurance, strength, and conditioning all in one go, which is probably more efficient than leveling camo. So in that sense, it would be better to have camo. But on the flip side, camo isn't required to play the game with certain builds, where strength also helps me level up thievery while I'm playing. And I'm going to have to level up stealth anyway, so I mean, you can get medium stealth and medium camo at a similar pace, but it's just that final little bit of camo is going to take like 40 hours or something, or 55 hours. It's going to be ridiculous. No bears and stuff spawn over here, so at least I'll be able to try and hunt something maybe, but because I think the 4.5 4.5 build is pretty good. Like, it kind of sucks having less running if I was going to do running. Normally I go advanced running and medium endurance when I do that, but if you go advanced endurance, then you could go at least medium melee, which would be useful. But I think heavy weapons is going to be the hardest skill to level and strength, probably. Because I feel the ammo is probably going to be hard to find, I'm sure. So it probably isn't going to be very fast. I do like me some heavy weapons. Do you get fame for selling stuff to the traders now or no? I don't think so. Yeah, kind of sucks. It really only seems like farming is the way to do it. Like, that's literally the only way I've seen my fame bar go up very quickly. Building does it. Yeah, I'm sure that's something that they're going to do with the skill changes that they're talking about, because all of the skills that you make fame off of are basically killing or intelligence skills, I would think. This is what bothers me when it comes to, like, if you're an engineer builder person, it's just the survival skill, I think, is really, really good. It cuts down the time to do this by so much that it's like, it would save you so much extra time compared to anything else in the intelligence tree, probably. Yeah, but why do you have a C4 wound? That's the question. I mean, Engi's leveled, or if nothing's changed with engineering after you get the flag down, it'll take 2 seconds to get the engineering to medium, but awareness early is the problem that I'm having. I don't care about the other skills right now, it's just the awareness. You need it to hunt. Which means I have to sit here and farm awareness until I get enough to hunt, and then I might not find anything to hunt, which is a problem. I mean, I've had some really close run-ins with medical that makes me love it a whole lot, but I use it when I use it, and I don't use it ever any other time, which is like the issue. Also, like, medium medical, I think it's like, isn't it like 3 bandages or something for a C4? I don't remember. Because it's like 5, then 3, and then like 2, I think. If I get, like, if it takes me like 1 or 2 bandages for a C2 and like 3 bandages for a C4, I'm acceptable. Like, that's acceptable to me. What was I doing here?